make a start because it is 9:30. I do like to start on time. So I'll begin with the karakia. So whakataka te hau ki te uru. Whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai, e hi ake ana te atakura, he teo, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, Māori ora. Welcome everyone to today's Koata Hātepe Regulatory Processes Committee meeting. Tēnā koutou katoa nā mai ki te hui o te konahira o te pōna ki e tēnei rā. Tēnā whakamohio mai ki te au, ki te tihi, kai tohu mātua, manapori, rānei, mena, ka wehe koe e te hui. So that is, please let me, or the Democracy Advisor, know if you intend to leave the meeting. And morning tea will be at around 10:30, just depending on how we go. So it probably makes more sense if we fit it in around the finishing of our papers, if we can. And we'll be having lunch at 12:30. And today is a very, very auspicious day. So apologies, I don't actually think I have any apologies except we have Councillor Calvert online, and I do have some apologies. The Mayor will have to duck out, and we do have some apologies for leaving at 3. And about same for you, is it, or a little earlier? You're good. Okay. So I move that we accept those apologies for intermittent attendance or early departure. And do I have a seconder? Thank you, Puiwi Holden. And when we're ready, we'll vote. And do we have Diane online? Yes. And that is unanimously carried. So, do we have any conflict of interest today? No, I don't see any. Confirmation of minutes. I move the motion that this committee approves the minutes of our meeting held on the 8th of November 2023, which have been circulated, and they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder for that? Puiwi Liz, I saw your hand first. I'll put that motion, which has been moved and seconded, and we can vote. It passed. Sorry, I must have missed that. We don't have any items which are not on the agenda, and we do have public participation. So I would now like to invite Mike Munro and Bruno Dubois to speak on behalf of IO Film Limited. You're welcome. You can either be at the podium or sit at the table. Right.
Hello.
The 10 minutes needs to include questions.
Cool. Okay. Well, initially we had applied for quite a large closure in Lambton Quay and Stout Street, and so on and so forth. But as
you might need to just use the mic. Is it on?
It should. It says.
Yeah. Maybe just a bit closer.
But as is the nature of our business, things change all the time, and due to various things, including cast availability, we had to change the way that we're doing things. So we've now changed our application to Stout, McGinnity and Balance, just for one weekend in total, which will be in early January, which is best for all the key stakeholders down there. And we would be looking at the 20th and the 21st of January for full closures on McGinnity, Balance and Stout Streets. Now, we have had comms on the ground with local businesses, but there are a few differences in our application with regards to times. So again, due to scheduling and stuff like that, we've increased the window to accommodate the light that we need when we're filming. So it's just a few differences. The dates that we advertised initially were included, whether it was a filming date or a wet weather day. So those are included in our initial adverts. So I think it feels fairly straightforward. I've done this maybe 3 times now, and I don't think that there's any major differences to what we've done in the past. I think that doing this in January is the way forward. You know, it's just the best time of year to do it. So, as you can see from all the stuff that we put together, it's pretty basic. But I just think that maybe the best thing to do is for you guys to ask me questions rather than me spraffling about.
Lovely. I'll kick it off. So your wet weather date, I'm sure it is in the paper, but can you just remind me?
Well, our wet weather day, well, it was a bit confusing because I think there was 3 adverts in total. So the wet weather dates, we don't have wet weather dates for the new proposal. So we're proposing to do it on the 20th and the 21st. So in my mind, the wet weather cover for those days would be
the other
7 days later. But
yeah, that's correct. So if we could, the wet weather cover dates will be the weekend after.
I might ask our officers for some advice as to whether we might need to just note that. I'm not sure where we sit with the requirements around notice for that. Has anyone else in the committee, Ms. Pawiwi Kelly?
Just that I note in the paper, I just note in the paper that you've got 13th as well. That's no longer required.
No, it's no longer required because we had to push the shoot by a week because of an actress pulled out and we had to replace her.
Okay.
Are there any other questions from the committee? No, it looks pretty straightforward from our point of view. We're glad that Wellington's busy and that people are coming here to make films, so that's good news as far as I think we'd all agree that's good news, but yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a great project, great film when you see it.
Oh, lovely. We look forward to seeing it. And hopefully the weather will be such that you don't need to change those plans, but yeah.
Now we're going to prove some Aucklanders crew that Wellington's better to come and film more than Auckland.
Okay, all right, good on you. Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming to speak to us and being able to put a face to the name, so thank you.
Great, thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will move on to Robin St Helens, who's speaking to us on item 2.5, one of the traffic resolutions. And whatever you feel comfortable with. And if you don't mind using the mic, because we've got someone online. Yes, you push it, and when the light's green, it's good to go.
Okay, how's that?
Good.
Yeah, my name's Robin. I run KB Kombucha. I make the best kombucha on the planet. I also run a rum bar. I'm next to between Les Mills and the car park in Inglewood Place. I didn't realise this was so formal, so please excuse me if I make any procedural gaffes. But I only really wanted to put down that I think that I was in favour of sort of getting parklets and revitalising the area as around the corner where Old Quarter and Eva Beaver are. I think this would do more. We've done without car parks for 18 months. I don't think we need any. We're trying to cut down the car parks in the city. And so that was just my views, but I haven't made any formal presentation on it, but I'm more concerned with the toilets. I am very worried about the security risk. We already have a problem in that area. The car park is a den of iniquity almost, which is just the way it is. It's a car park, it's open, people can go into it. We already have people wandering past, drinking in public. I'm worried that at the moment the fence is a saving grace because it actually curtails them. There's no police presence, which is not your thing, but there's very little security. I'm worried that the toilets will become a problem area and de facto patrolled by the security from Jack Hackett's and Dirty Little Secret, which are right next door. Now, I haven't had time. I'm in hospitality, so I don't have time to do any research, to be honest. We're struggling to keep our head above water. That fence has been there 18 months. It's there for another 6 months. That's what it is. Nothing we can do about it. I realise it's not there to annoy me. It's there to improve the infrastructure, which is fine. But I really am worried about the toilets. I think here that this is a problem that could very easily escalate. I mean, the old Pigeon Park, as it was originally when I came to Wellington, there was problems. There's always been problems with public toilets simply because of what they are. And I'm not against them, but I think they should be, not controlled is not the right word, but looked after properly. And insurance is given, help given to businesses that will suffer as a result of people congregating in these areas for whatever reason. And really, that's all I've got to say. Anyone wants to ask me some questions, they're welcome.
We have one from Councillor McNulty and then Councillor Chung.
Yeah, these toilets seem to be the bane of my life in terms of getting them up and then where we put them. It's been a year and we're still going on them. Is there anywhere else in the city where you think would be more suitable if we weren't using this location?
Well, I don't know this, to be honest. As I say, I've done no research, but I just know that we do not want the problems of Courtenay Place to spread into the next quarter. Yep. That's my point, I think. How you do it, sorry, that's your business.
Councillor Chung.
Hi. Do you think that problems are caused around toilets because it's a block and people can actually go in there and not be seen, obviously? So do you think that it would be a good idea for us to look at having the French and Japanese type toilets where they're actually open and they're out there covered up, obviously, but they're open so that people can actually see, you can't hide anywhere in there?
Well, I think this is definitely an option. As I say, how they would work, I'm not sure, but anything that, I think I agree with you, that where there's a block, or there's an alcove, or there's nooks and crannies, then people will congregate for whatever reason. So anything that will improve it. I'm not quite sure of the exact size of these toilets, even though I've looked at the map. And as I say, I know it's still flexible at this stage, and we need toilets. Obviously, we need public toilets. I'm all for that. But I think so. The more open, the better.
I'll just have a quick one. I do appreciate that there were problems with the toilets where they were previously located, and the staff have done some work around the septed to try and make sure these are designed better. But are you comfortable that you could ring our help desk if you needed to report a problem?
Well, yes, I could ring it. I'm not confident if that maybe the help would be sufficient. I don't know. I'm not quite sure your question.
My question is just like, I guess I'm just trying to ask if you are aware of the fact that we hopefully wouldn't leave you stranded if there was a problem there. Would you like some advice on the steps you could take if you saw problems emerging?
Well, I think the toilets are a good idea, and yes, it would be good to be able to ring someone. As I say, at the moment, people use outside the car park and outside my front door for these things. So anything that can help get rid of that is good. So overall, I'm very much in favour of having toilets. All I'm concerned about is that their location does not impinge anymore on businesses' viability.
Okay. Thank you for that. We are actually out of time, but thank you for coming and expressing your concerns.
Thank you.
And we will try to make sure that the process is clear, that if there are problems that you know how to contact us to let us know that things are not going as they should. But thank you very much. That is the end of our public participation, so we will actually start with our first paper, and a very exciting one. I believe I am. Just go to my notes. Now, this is paper item 2.1, which is the correction of the name of Apuni Street in Aro Valley. Now, mai Carleen Thomas, Paratini Wiripu Kingi ki te hura I te kōrero. I'd like to welcome Karleen Thomas, Paratini Wiripa Kingi to introduce the report. And we'll also have Maury Love from Taranaki Whānui online. And once we've had the chance to have the initial introduction to the report, I'll invite Maury to speak to the importance of the proposed street name with his deep knowledge of these things. Right, the floor is yours.
Kia ora koutou. I'll just introduce the paper briefly. Do you have that slide? I just thought a little bit of visual might assist because this is very meaningful to mana whenua. So there's a picture here of the person in question, Honiana Tapuni, who was a Te Atiawa leader, belonged to Ngāti Tawhiti and Ngāti Tā Whirakua Hapu. Born in Taranaki, the name Tapuni Kokapu means pool, freshwater fish, due to Tapuni when he was a young man leaping down a cliff face into the Waiwhakahoe River to swim to safety to escape an invading force. In 1832, he migrated to Whanganui Atara with many of his iwi and hapu. And in 1839, he signed the deed of settlement with the New Zealand Company, and in 1840 the treaty. My reading of Tapuni is that he was, as well as a young warrior, he was a peacemaker overall, and he supported the settlers in part as a way of securing safety for his iwi. So he was a great man, and I think this is a great opportunity for council to correct the spelling of this street name. Officers have done their work. There's plenty of evidence in the paper to suggest why this should be done. But without further ado, can I hand over to officers? Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'm very pleased also to present this paper and present the results of the investigation into correcting the name of Apuni Street in Aro Valley, in accordance with the resolution of this committee about this time last year. So I'm very pleased to bring it back to the committee before the end of the year. I do just need to note that there was one person who received the notification of the meeting late and who did want to submit. He was in opposition, so I just need to note that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions before we move on to moving the paper and having our debate? I do have a question which arose from a late... Oh, do you want to ask it? Because I'm probably asking the same question.
Okay, I just want to know what ask the officers what the procedure was for changing a name. Is it advertised or was it consulted on? Because I read these notes about it last night, and so I called up someone who lives there in Apuni Street, and they said they haven't heard anything about this or received any information from the council or anyone else. So,
Kia ora. There was a letter drop done to all of the residents and the owners of the properties in the street. There were some properties where there are 2 units of use. As I understand, a lot of those properties are being rented, and we don't have a second address for that other unit. However, I did walk the street and engage with several people at that time, so we made best efforts that we could to contact everybody. I did also contact the Aro Valley Community Council and advise them of the proposal and the investigation, and obviously Taranaki Whānui through Mataho Aranui. So yeah, we made all best efforts that we could to contact the owners and residents. Yeah, kia ora.
Can I just ask, I think it's advertised as well as all...
I understand that there was a Facebook posting as well.
Okay.
It's via our social media team.
Right.
Just
Councillor
wondering if
McNulty.
you can shine a bit of light on how we got to the incorrect naming of this chief in the first place. I didn't think I saw that in the paper so much.
Yeah, I'd just, kia ora everybody, kia ora Councillor Chair. I'd just like to take the opportunity to welcome and introduce Maury Love, who's online. And a lot of the consultation that we had with our Tākaihere partners was through both Kura Moeahu and Maury. So that could be a question that could be posed to Maury, but I'd like to give him the opportunity to speak, if that's okay.
Yes, and we have come to that time. So welcome, Maury. It's lovely to see you again. And I'm really looking forward to what you've got to add to our understanding of this process we're going through.
Kia ora tātou, ka nui te mihi, kia koutou I te kaupapa nei. Yeah, just in terms of how this is the epuni wording is what was used often in the 19th century, but it's a vernacular when Māori are addressing each other, and this is how they did it. It's a form of oral address. So when Pataone was the Northland chief was addressing Te Rauparaha, he said "e raha." Now, of course, we wouldn't use that in formal naming anywhere. So that's I guess where these come from. They're seen in a number of places, but that's probably where that's come from. Just in introducing this in part of my credentials, if I could, I'll just give a little bit of my whakapapa on the Te Puni side, starting with Honiana Te Puni, who of course came from Taranaki and settled here as one of the leading chiefs to deal with the New Zealand Company and later the representatives of the British government in terms of the treaty. Honiana Te Puni had a number of children, including a daughter called Ruka Te Puni, who married Mātini Tauwhare. They had a number of children, and one of those was Pāti Mātini, Patrick Mātini, who married Anihaka Park. They had a daughter named Ripeka Wharawhara Mātini, who married Wihapi Pāko Love, my grandparents. So that's my connection to that chief, and people would. He was probably an entrepreneurial chief who came into early contact with Europeans at Ngāmotu in Taranaki, and in particular with a John Agar Love from Scotland, and Dickie Barrett. They eventually left Taranaki in 1832 after numerous altercations. Love and Barrett ended up in the South Island, but they came through with Te Wharepodi and Honiana Te Puni. Te Wharepodi, the younger cousin of Te Puni, was a pretty active chief, and they were the ones who dealt closely with the New Zealand Company, and then the Crown Commissioners, Spain, and eventually McCleverty. So they were fairly serious actors. They were, of course, both signatories to the treaty in Wellington, and but unfortunately, Te Wharepodi died of a brain tumour or a tumour of some sort in 1842. Te Puni was to go on to lead a long life and died in 1870. So he was significant, and I think we're now kind of learning our histories, and street names are actually quite a good way to convey that. And we saw it with the correction of the name of Te Wharepodi in Newtown a few years ago, and now this. And I think we thought long and hard. Honiana gained an addition to his name in around 1822 of Honiana Tupuni Kōkupu, because his exploits escaping from Pukerangiora Pā. But in terms of the street name, I think people will understand and acknowledge Honiana Tupuni. And of course, many of you know that that Wellington City has a very valuable broad painting of Te Puni. It's probably in the hallway somewhere there, as I remember, which, you know, is and in the old chambers for many years. So significant, really, in assisting and that didn't was thought. But,
we're losing you a little bit. I'm sorry, Maury. It's just it's more that you're freezing the internet connection. But we've heard everything up until now, but it's just coming and going a little bit.
I live on the edge of.
Yeah.
But that's really, I think the full, using the full name. Of course, there.
Yeah.
Is Honiana.
Okay, thank you. I think we really, really appreciate what you've said, especially about using the full name to the point where it's Honiana Tupuni, but not including the kōkapu. Potentially, I think that would have made it too long. But we really appreciate the history you've been able to provide and the background you've been able to provide, Maury. It's, as always, really useful. Thank you. I don't know if we are able to have any questions. Are there any further? Oh, he's gone. Oh, oh. Okay. Well, we'll keep moving because we have important work to do. I think if there are no more questions, we may move to Pauiwi Hohaia, who is going to move the paper for us. The floor is yours.
Ka mai, kua rite koe. Kia ora tātou. Tuatahi me kia hau kei te tino hari kua hau, kua riro māku tēnei pepa hei mōtini. Nā te mea, ko tēnei tūpuna a Te Puni, ko ia tōku tūpuna no te Aotearoa. A taihoa ake nei. One moment, please, caller.
Greetings to all. May I firstly express my joy to play a role in moving this paper, as Te Puni is one of my ancestors hailing from Te Atiawa.
Engari, kua roa au e mōhio ana kāri te tika kia whakamahia tēnei kupu e Puni, hei kupu whakamahara mōna.
However, I have long been aware the use of e Puni is an incorrect reference to honour him.
Ko tēnei kupu e puni. Ko tōna ingoa tika ko te puni. Ka mutu ko te roanga atu o tōna ingoa. Ko honi ana te puni kōkopu.
His correct given name was Te Puni, and full given name, Honi ana Te Puni kōkopu.
Ko tēnei kupu e puni, te āhua nei ki ōku nei taringa. He momo kianga ōpaki tēnei. Pērā ki te kianga e hoa, mena e kōrero ana koe ki tō hoa.
The term e puni, to my attuned ear, is likened to informally addressing one, hey mate, if you're sharing banter with a close friend.
Pērā rānei ki te kianga ōpaki e tama, me he mea e kōrero ana koe ki tāu tama.
Another example, it's similar to when addressing your son, hey boy.
Nā reira, he āhua ōpaki rawa pēr tēnei kupu e puni hei ingoa tiriti. Wai hoki, kei te he tēnei kupu I roto I tēnei horopaki me ki.
Therefore, it can be seen or heard that e puni is quite informal for a street name, and also, quite frankly, the word is incorrect in this context.
Mena ke ko tō hia kia whakamaharatia tēnei tūpuna. E tika ana kia whakamahia tōna ingoa tika ana ko te puni tērā. Tērā rānei kia whakamahia, kia whakahuatia tōna ingoa ōkawa ana ko te puni, ko honi ana te puni kōkopu tēnā.
If your desire is memorializing that ancestor, it's only right that his name, his correct given name, is used, Te Puni. Alternatively, his full given name, Honi ana Te Puni kōkopu.
Kāti ko tērā, hei whakakapinga māku e tika ana ke mihi atu ki a koutou ngā āpiha, nā koutou tēnei pepa I whakatakoto.
Therefore, I want to take time to acknowledge those staff involved in preparing this paper in conclusion.
Ko tāku kia koutou, kia kaha tonu rā koutou, o tira tātou katoa, ki te whakatairanga I te reo Māori, te reo take o Aotearoa.
My closing words are, let's stay strong in promoting the Indigenous language of Aotearoa, New Zealand. Now, more so than ever before, let's persist with our statement of commitment that Wellington, Te Whanganui Ātara, stands as a bilingual capital of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Ka pai. Me kore ake pēr, ka kite mai wetahi o ngā kaitōrangapu o tērā whare ka wanatanga I raro iho rā. E heka, kua huri kē te tai. E kōrero hia kētia ana te reo Māori, puta noi Aotearoa, tainua ki pōneke.
In hope that some of the politicians in government see the light. Heck, the tide has well and truly long turned. The Māori language already in this town is growing strength by strength.
E kore rawa pōneke e hoki muri mai.
There's no turning back for Pōneke Wellington.
A hoi anō, hei whakamutu taku kōrero, e tautoko anau kia mōtini hia tēnei pepa, toitū te reo Māori, toitū te tiriti o Waitangi.
Therefore, yes, I move this paper. Thank you all for your ear. The Māori language and te tiriti o Waitangi remain.
Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. And I believe that Puiwi Kelly is seconding.
Harikoa ana ahau ki te tuarua e tēnei pepa.
I am happy to second moving this paper.
That was the briefest seconding speech ever. Well done. Now, I am going to suggest that we keep the general debate down to 3 minutes because we've got a huge agenda, but I'm sure there'll be people that will want to say something. I will start by saying that, I've been very happy to push this along, and it's a real thrill to bring it before Christmas. For me personally, the street was one that I went to visit a childhood friend who lived there. I never really thought that so many years later I'd be involved in changing the name. But for me, this is part of all of our history. We must embrace this, because by recognising and correcting the name to something much more meaningful, we gain the story. And, I know that part of this is there's going to be an annotation on the street that will explain some of the significance of this incredible person. And also personally, my ancestors came to this country in March of 1840. And I saw in someone's testimony that the Te Honiara Te Puni, Honiana Te Puni, was actually used to go out in the boats to greet the settlers' ships. My ancestors came on the Adelaide on the 7th of March, so it was quite something to realise that there's that connection. And in my family line, and I've shared this before, there are letters which testify to the help that my people received from Māori people. So, it was a hard thing for the settlers to come here as well. Many of them didn't realise what they were coming to. And they were out in the Hutt in the floods and the drownings in the Hutt River. They moved here to Petone. They moved from Petone to Thorndon because it was safer. This is actually in letters that we have in our possession. Sorry, I'm getting quite emotional here. So there are many names in Wellington that I've come to belatedly realise reflect my settlers' history. So Evans Bay, G.S. Evans was actually married to my 5 times great-grandmother. He wasn't my blood relative because she already had the children from her first marriage. It was a second marriage. Ridderford Street, that's a name in my family. Harriet Street, George Street. These are family names from my history, but it's right that we should also acknowledge the names from the iwi history, and I just wish there were more of them, and maybe that's something we can continue to work on. So this is a thing of great richness to many of us, but especially, of course, to iwi. And I personally think the name Honiana Te Puni has a beautiful sound. I know it will be, for some people in that street, a change and a transition and a longer name. There may be just a little bit of resistance, but I think once they understand the significance and the richness of what's gained, they'll be grateful too. So I'll certainly be supporting this. Are there any other people who'd like to speak? Yes, the Mayor.
Kia ora koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. A huge thank you to officers, our mana whenua partners, and new MP Tamitha Paul also for her work on this. As mentioned before, there's a beautiful piece of art outside my office for people to go and look. It is now going to become a real sense of pride for our floor. And just to add to our pauiwi and what they were hinting at, these are tense times for tangata whenua. And we must do all that we can to support te tiriti and te reo Māori. So let us as a city lead the way, because I know that we can. And so I wholeheartedly support this change, and I'm proud of us as a council for ensuring that we honour te tiriti and do meaningful changes such as this. Kia ora.
Thank you, Mayor Whānau. Yes, Councillor Chung.
We had an instance of changing a name that came to our Residents Association in the Orca Residents Association in Kadala, and it was regarding the change of a name in Kabul Street and the name of a new street that they put down there, and they had to. We made several suggestions, and they went back and they said that we have to consult with NZ Post, because what they try and do is not to double up on names. And in this instance, there's a Te Puni Street in Petone, so I don't know whether, because it's in a different locality, whether that would be a conflict or not. But have the officers discussed this with NZ Post?
We're in debate at the minute.
Oh.
It is in the papers, actually.
Okay. Mm.
Okay. Is that the end of your debate? Okay. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Fu. And then
Yeah, kia ora. There's not really much that I can add to this, but I just want to, as Deputy Mayor for this city, to say, for Pōneke, Wellington, to say that this is a great day for me personally. Last term, we were able to change the street name of Warapodi Street, which I lived on for many years, to Te Wharepodi Street. And that has been mighty and empowering for our neighbourhood, our community in Berempore. They've loved it, and so to be sitting here and having Honiana Te Puni Street come through in our for Aro Valley and for our city and for our nation, it's a good day for me. Kia ora.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, not very much I can add. Thank you to the staff, Mana Whenua, Holden, Liz, for the work that you've put in here. I would hope that our co-deputy prime ministers might take stock of the good work that we're doing here and see that reo is not scary. It's not frightening. We know it's economically beneficial to Wellington. Te Papa have told us and quantified in the hundreds of millions of dollars of value that it brings into Te Whanganui Atara. It's not scary. And I hope that while we go through a time in New Zealand that people are iwi are rightfully nervous around some of the directions, that we can actually just look at things like this and realise it's okay and it's going to be okay and this adds value. And this isn't just the story of Māori, it's the story of settlers, as our chair has so well pointed out, as the story of Pakeha settlers as well. It is not just a story of only iwi here, it is all of our stories. So very happy to see this paper here today and to vote and support. Kia ora.
Lovely. Do we have a right of reply? Would you like one? No? You. Well, in that case...
Sorry, excuse me.
Yes. Okay, sorry about that. Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, I did think twice about speaking, but I will provide an alternative view. As I think there's been a lot of speeches about Pākehā and Māori, and I absolutely agree on having a te reo name, but I can't see why we can't have Te Puni Street and why we have to preface it with a first name. Many of our streets in across the country, whether they're in Māori or Pākehā, often are just part of the name. And I think having a Te Puni Street in Petone is not, how can I say it? It doesn't distance us from having Te Puni Street in Wellington City. With the likes of Google and all of that now, it's very clear. And I think we all see how we get mail delivered to the wrong address, even with names. So I'm actually not going to vote for this. I would have been happy with Te Puni Street to correct what we've heard. But if we start doing this, we're going to start adding to all our street names, need be to differentiate what it actually means for different people. So I'm not supporting this. Thank you.
Right, does that need to be addressed in the right of reply, or you? No, okay, we will move to the vote.
Sorry, I'm happy to receive the information, but I'm going to vote against number 2.
Okay, we'll take it separately, so we'll do number 1. And that's passed unanimously. We'll do number 2. And that's carried. Now, I would like to suggest that we move to the next paper and hopefully we can finish it by 10:30.
Take a quick break to just go through the amendment.
This one's the Cycling Club one. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. What I was going to suggest is, to make an amendment to bring forward the community lease paper. So don't quite remember the number of the. So it's a procedural motion, isn't it, to change the order, reorder it, to bring forward the community lease paper. And thank you very much to all of those people who've been associated with the last paper. And thank you to our translator, somewhat belatedly, and to all our wonderful staff. Thank you. I do need a seconder for that, I think. So I've got Councillor McNulty, and that. Do we need to vote on that?
It's up to you.
Is everyone happy with that? With the leave of the meeting, we just move the reorder it so that we can hopefully deal with the community lease paper and then have a break. Okay, I don't see any objections, so we're going to do that. So I now invite, I think the officer for this one is Parish or Sanjay. They may not be expecting it. Not here.
Maybe just a quick adjournment and I'll give it.
Okay, a quick adjournment and we'll hopefully, yeah. Thank you, Sanjay and Parish. Would you like to introduce the report?
We are requesting the next steps in our lease policy for a proposed new premises lease for Port Nicholson and Ponaki Cycling Club. This request is in accordance with the Wellington Town Bell Act 2016 and the terms of reference and delegations of Wellington City Council 2022-2025. In October 2023, officers requested approval at Regulatory Committee to commence public consultation for a new lease of 10 years with one right of renewal for 10 years. We conducted the 30-day public consultation, which concluded in November 9th, and we received no submissions.
Great, thank you very much. So in other words, I just wanted to clarify, have they already been occupying, and I should know this, so apologies for asking, but have they already been occupying these rooms? And have they already had a lease, or is this formalising something that needed to be formalised?
Yeah, so the club rooms used to be occupied by St. George's Softball Club. They terminated, or they requested to terminate their lease in 2021. Since then, the cycling club has been using it as a kind of like a booking arrangement, so nothing permanent, but just as they're doing their competitions and trainings and stuff, they've kind of occupied it. this is kind of the next steps on formalising the agreement, or formalising a deed.
Yeah. So this will be the first time they've held a formal lease for this. Okay.
Yes,
That's why we're going through this process. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Are there any other questions for officers? No. Thank you very much. It looks like to me, it looks like it's fairly clear and straightforward. Thank you. I'm going to move the paper. I'm very happy to move this paper, and I'm actually grateful that the club is taking the step to have a formal lease. I have been to their club rooms. The cycling club, I don't know how many people would be aware of it. I didn't know much about it till I was involved with the project that they had to resurface the velodrome, which was a great project which the club members worked very hard to fundraise for, and council put in some money as well. Resurfaced the velodrome. It's a club that probably has, I can't quite remember the membership, but certainly in the hundreds. It's a great family club. There's people of all ages that are up there on a Sunday, training. The club also helps promote mountain bike riding, all sorts of other cycling activities. What did impress me was that everybody who's there is really positive, has lots of fun, and it's a really nice little part of the town belt. And it's good to see that the velodrome, which is something that's been there for decades, has been refurbished and is really providing a lot of amenity. And the club rooms are quite an important part of that, because that's where you can have a tea or coffee and chat, and the officials can get their paperwork together. So look, I really don't think there's anything to disagree with in this one, but I'm very happy to move it. Do I have a seconder? Okay, thank you, Ben. Do you want to speak? No. Okay. Is there any other debate? We will be just referring this to council for final approval. If no further debate, I don't need a right of reply. Let's vote. And that's carried. Thank you to the officers who've worked on that. Let's take a break now until 22, and then we'll get back to the order, which is the Newtown cycleway. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being so tolerant. We did need a little longer just to clarify a few things around some amendments that might be coming. So we are now going to move on to one of our very exciting papers, which is item 2. Goodness me, we've got so much on our plates. It is item 2.2, the Berempore to Newtown walk, bike and bus improvements. Traffic resolutions. So welcome, Claire. I see you're already there.
Sorry,
I invite you to introduce this paper.
Cool. Nā mihi kia kaunihira, tēnā koutou katoa. Kei te koa ahau kia whakātu I ēnei hinonga kia koutou. I ka hamahi mātou I ēnei kaupapa hei whakapai ake I te taio he painga mō te taone hoki. Manaki whenua, manaki tangata, me haere whakamua. The projects that we are bringing you today are probably the most significant milestones for this program. If they're approved, they'll deliver the first connected bike routes into the city for Wellington. Connectivity is the absolutely number one driver of uptake. Small sections of bike network provide some relief, but do not achieve the outcomes of the program. The magic happens when we start to connect them up and can get large numbers of people from the places that they live to the places where they want to go. As one oral submitter noted, these are the structural citywide changes that only the council can make, that give individuals new transport options and allow them to make different choices. Feedback on these two have pulled us in very strong different directions. We've had desires for more protection in the cycleways on both sides of the roads and through the town centres. We've had desires for less protection and more parking in one side of the road cycleways. We've had feedback asking for more traffic calming and slower speeds. We'd have feedback asking for no raised elements so that vehicles don't slow down. We've had desires for more shared paths so that we can retain more parking, and we've had desires for absolutely no shared paths. So within these really conflicting viewpoints, we've had a crack at landing on designs that we think are the best compromise that we can achieve without ending up in a situation that one submitter pointed out, we're trying to please everybody, but we end up pleasing nobody. Following the consultation period, we've made a significant number of additional changes that we think fine-tune these compromises even more and deliver on quite a large amount of what the community's asked for. Both this project and Karori this afternoon have been co-designed with Greater Wellington, and Alex will come up to help with questions soon. They had a number of bus improvements that they required along these corridors. Both of these projects have included extensive pedestrian improvements, some of which were included in the original design and some of which have been a response to the feedback we've got along the way. And both projects have also included specific design compromises to incorporate mobility parking in areas of need. Both of these projects have actually involved working with sports clubs quite a lot. There are 2 regional sports facilities, one in Karori, one in Berempore, and people do need to drive to these. However, a lot of local people also want to get there. We've heard from the sports clubs and through oral submissions that there are an increasing number of people and families who want to bike and an appetite for more. Our behaviour change team are working with some of the sports trusts to look at how we can support other transport options for weekend sport, but we've taken into account the sensitivity and the unique requirements of these parks as they're used today into the design. These projects, like all of them, do have impacts. We want to acknowledge the large number of people who have been involved and participated in the engagement, and we're acutely aware that for a lot, probably most people, not everything they have asked for in the feedback has been incorporated into the final design, and I guess that's the compromise situation we're in. I just want to really acknowledge the team. They've worked very, very hard on these two for a long time, particularly Jonathan and Nicola, the project managers, who have tirelessly listened to a huge number of people and have made a lot of changes along the way. So that was actually just a quick few comments about both of these projects, but specifically around Berempore. As you heard through the oral submissions, Council has been consulting on this route for many years, and each time that we ask people what they think about it, they tell us that it's very important to connect this cycle route through from the south. We haven't yet been able to deliver this connection. This proposal was our attempt to get it done, and we're actually ready to start next month if we can approve it today. The engagement process on this project has probably been the most extensive process we have done to date. That's partly because it was done alongside an area-wide parking plan with Newtown and Berempore, so we reached everybody in the suburbs, but it was also partly due to the fact that we have consulted on this project before, so we actually started with a pretty large database of people who were interested in this project. The way we've approached the design that we think we can deliver is by making compromises similar to those that have been made elsewhere in the program that account for how people live, work and visit these places today. We've tried to find a manageable transition that opens up this new transport choice but still recognises how people have come to rely on this public space and have built lives around having access to park on it. Our team are, as you know, always walking a tightrope of these design decisions, trying to retain overall integrity, but seeking compromises where we can for accessibility purposes or for people in need. We're also trying to retain a functioning transport network for everybody. We've had the benefit on this project and the complexity of developing these designs alongside several other concurrent projects. So a town centre upgrade in Berempore, led by our public space team, helped us have a much broader conversation with the Berempore businesses about what they wanted, and that's resulted in some really cool off-street improvements, and the on-street changes have been incorporated into this. We also developed, as I mentioned, this alongside the parking scheme to help mitigate some of the impacts of the parking removal along here. Greater Wellington, Let's Get Wellington Moving, have incorporated all of their designs into these plans. But many of these streets on this route are very narrow. So we have been designing down to the centimetre level to try and give the buses a bit more breathing room, as well as finding that critical space for protecting people on bikes. I've mentioned working with the sports teams, and we think we've got on this Berempore project a good solution that's going to result in a net zero loss of car parking around the Wakefield Park area by providing some additional off-street parking. We've been planning in fine detail how we're going to integrate the delivery of this project with a renewal and reseal job that is planned in the southern end for February, and that'll help reduce the cost of the project and minimise disruption to residents at that southern end. So there's a lot going on with this project. I often think of how Nicola has dealt with this as slightly a miracle, but there's a reason why it's been consulted on several times and not yet delivered. But we think if approved today, we can get it done next year alongside a number of other projects along this route that will make it easier, less impactful and cheaper to deliver, with a bonus incentive of 90% funding from central government for all the work we get done before the end of June. I should also just note that the parking scheme, as you know from the E&A committee a couple of weeks ago, that will be going back up for consultation in February, and we are actually removing amendment number 5 that will come post that consultation in February.
Okay. I have a question. You've talked a lot about the process that we've undergone to get here, and I must acknowledge that that's been a long process. But what's the process that you'll go through once it's installed to monitor it and to work, make sure it is working?
So what we've actually learned a bit post the Newtown and Botanics about the follow-up phase. And so we are still actually in the process of figuring out what the exact details will be of how we'll follow up, because what we found is for most of the changes and adaptations that were made for Botanics and for Newtown, it didn't wait until that formal survey. We were getting feedback right away. So I think the main thing from our perspective is that we remain with open channels to receive the feedback, and that we are using materials which means that we can adapt. So when we get a large amount of feedback about something that's not working, we get out on site. We usually are already across it by then, and we work through tweaks and adaptations that we can make to improve it. And we're looking at a range of monitoring I guess, data points to pick up how it's improved the situation for people.
Okay, I have a list of other questions. So I think Pauiwi Kelly, then Deputy Mayor Foon, and then Councillor McNulty, and then Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. First of all, thank you for the mahi that you've done. My question is, when I look at the recommendation, I'm really impressed that you've actually included and made changes based on what we heard when they came to make their submissions. But I see that, I know that you won't be able to please everyone and get it right with everyone. So there is still a portion that are opposed to the changes. What would be, and what was the thing that's that stands out for you as something that you weren't able to change, and if you can tell us why?
Yeah, sure. So there's a couple of things. One is just general opposition, and it comes from different sources about the removal of parking. So I guess that's the fundamental basis of the design, is that we're reallocating space in that narrow carriageway, and we're primarily reallocating it from car parking to a cycle lane. So where there were calls to not reduce car parking, as extensively, we have tried to retain as much as we can. That's why we share the traffic lane in the downhill. That allows us to keep all the parking on the downhill side. We've retained it through the business area because that's a slower environment. But where we haven't gone further than that is because we are feeling like we're bottoming out of the design integrity and any more car park removal, and we don't get a protected cycle lane that is going to achieve the outcome and attract new users. The other one on this route is the restricting the movement from Luxford into Rintle Street. There was actually mixed views on that, so there was support for it, for sure. It came up through our initial engagement as a really dangerous intersection with lots of close near misses, but there is opposition as well to restricting that turn. And the reason that we haven't been able to open up that turn is that corner is very, very tight. It has a pinch point on the footpath, it's narrow on the road. If we are to get that cycleway going around the corner and not have those big double-decker buses pinching people right as they turn, we needed to have that space a little bit. It's not even very much space on the inside of the corner, and because of the way the buses sweep, there wasn't space for that right turn pocket. And without that right turn pocket, cars are just sitting in the middle of the road waiting to turn right, and that's a busy bus route. So that's why we didn't make that change, but we will monitor that. It'll be a tricky one to tweak, but we're always kind of looking at what we can do if it's not working.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Acknowledging I'm not part of the committee, but it is my rohi, so still very keen and thankful to be here. And just on that no right turn from Luxford, I guess that one of the big challenges I've heard from the community is more at the Dawson Street end, that will become a rat run. And there were evidence on that. So I guess what was the actual evidence that I think one of the outcomes was it wouldn't be that major, but can you just give a bit more detail on that, please?
I can, just in time. So at that corner, in the peak hour, so in the busiest hour, there are 100 vehicles that turn right from Luxford into Rintle. And what the modelling has showed when we remove that right turn is that 40 of those 100 will head over to Te Wharepoti Street and turn right there instead. And then other people, because that turn is actually used by people coming from the city home into that area. They go up Adelaide Road, left into Luxford, right into Rintle. So the model is showing that people are quite likely to go down Stoke and Colombo Street in Newtown instead of going down Luxford, and that's where most of the cars will divert. The model shows that 4 out of 100 of those cars might go down Dawson Street, and that's because they're presumably isn't as many people making that right turn that are coming from the south, but it also is showing that because Dawson is a really narrow road, it's not a particularly attractive run for people. So at the moment, we think it'll be about 4 cars, and this is a model, and the models, they're all hypothetical, and the benefit, I guess, of this restricting the turn is it's just road marking and paint, road marking and signage that we're installing it with. So, if we need to put it back in and rethink what we do with cyclists and buses at that corner, it's not a huge change, but at the moment we're not expecting that to cause issues.
Okay, I have had you've got another one.
I've got.
Can we come back to you because
Yes,
I've had
certainly,
we've got a few. I'm going to move to Councillor McNulty, Councillor Randall, Councillor Abdurrahman, and we'll come back.
Am I able to ask questions of MetLink now as well?
Yep, I imagine so.
Yep.
Welcome, Alex.
Kia ora, Alex. Thanks for coming back. Last time you were here a few weeks ago, you gave us a stellar, glowing picture of where the network was. So I just wanted to confirm if any changes since then, and maybe just a quick rehash of, again, where reliability and frequency is sitting with bus services.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. The situation continues to look very positive for MetLink at the moment. Cancellations remain very low, and we will have the full weekday timetable reinstated from this Monday, with the remaining weekend cancellations back from the 28th of January. We are also still on track to introduce new and enhanced services to many Wellington suburbs from the 28th of January, including more peak capacity for commuters and improved all-day connections across the city to key destinations, including Wellington Hospital, Victoria University, and key suburbs such as Newtown, which is covered by this project.
Excellent, thank you.
Lovely. Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you. I've got some questions around the options analysis. So you did a multi-criteria analysis on each of the sections. The report doesn't mention how the options were selected. Was the top option always selected?
No, the MCA is done by the design consultants, and they have a criteria framework looking at a number of aspects, and they put forward the kind of the ranking based on that, I guess, it's not automated, but that kind of standardised assessment. And then I guess as officers, we look at it and we bring the context into the situation, and we think about things like, are we in a business district? Have we got a person who needs a mobility park? What's the school? Where are the schools located? And after that context, we will often pick an option that hasn't been the top priority from the design consultants.
Okay, so I noticed that the summary report doesn't mention what the multi-criteria analysis option was that was highest when you didn't pick the highest one. Why is that?
I'm not sure. My understanding is that report does show the rankings of them, so I'd have to.
No, I mean the summary report. I mean the report that's on the agenda doesn't mention that any option was. It doesn't mention anything about the fact. Well, this option, and for example, I'm thinking of, the option on Rental Street Section 2, where you picked the lowest option out of 5 options. You picked the worst one, and that's not mentioned in the summary report.
Yeah, I guess, probably for not making the council papers really, really long, there's many sections along this route, and getting into that level of the technical detail of the optioneering for each section would probably make the paper hard to digest, but that is why the multi-criteria analysis report tries to summarise all of that. But I can certainly, if you have a specific question about why we didn't do one aspect, I can probably answer it.
No, it's just, yeah, I'm just a bit concerned that the multi-criteria analysis where it's at difference to what officers decide hasn't been flagged to people, so there's no indication that I should even have to read the multi-criteria analysis to find out what you picked versus what was picked as best under best practice versus what you've actually recommended.
I guess the multi-criteria analysis is one factor that plays into the decision making of how we design the route. It's not we don't get it back from consultants and then just pick it up and go with that, because there's so much context to take, and that, I guess, is the difference between this process that has engagement going alongside it, and we're trying to synthesise all that feedback that comes through the community and find those compromises, whereas the MCA doesn't have that inbuilt compromise machine into it.
I think that question has actually been answered. Thank you for that, Councillor Randall. We'll come back. We'll come back if you've got another one. But I do remind you that we do want to actually get onto the debate as well. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Councillor Free. Just I want to highlight the priority to be given to the committee members so we can ask more questions. Vida, Liam, Claire, and Nicola, thank you so much for the hard work you have done. And I'm going to ask you some of the questions that I might think it's going to be a bit difficult, but it's not my question. I met businesses in the community, and I hope you can address them and don't take any of the questions personal. So do you agree with the business community that we consult and the residents, the consultation is a failure? A failure.
I don't agree with that. I guess I will, based on the process that we've been playing out since July, September last year, I think sometimes people view consultation as a failure if they don't always get the outcomes that they fed into. They gave us feedback, but I think in terms of the actual process that we've gone through, this has been as robust as it gets. It's also off the back of other consultation processes as well. So I think there's also a view out there that consultation is a failure when we consult and then we don't do anything, even if there was support for a project, which in this case we have 62% support for this project, and I guess we're recommending moving forward based on that. We've also incorporated a huge amount of feedback, had extensive written, email, in-person, drop-in, every form of engagement you can do. The team's been incredibly responsive to specific concerns. We've been able to pick up individual business requests as much as possible, but I acknowledge that that doesn't mean that everybody feels satisfied with the outcome.
Cool.
One more, and then we'll keep moving if you don't mind. Yeah.
Okay. Businesses that called me for a meeting said that they were not consulted, and they were just got only once, and someone dropped in paper, and 6 months ago. And also residents who live on Lovard Street, Birham, on Rental Street, and Adelaide Road, they call us for a meeting. Deputy Mayor was there, and some of them, they said, they didn't receive a letter, and they just find out through the Facebook and some other means. What do you say to them?
So on this project, we've done 2 area-wide letter drops, so that was to around 5,000 letter addresses. We specifically put a team of people in-house rather than using NZ Post to ensure they did get delivered to the letterboxes. We've sent letters to absentee property owners, so people who own properties but don't live, that we've got information of how we can send those. So we've done 2 of those, one in the initial stage during the baseline when the project was being introduced to the area. And I think one of the ways we know that was reached is we had sort of unprecedented levels of response to that baseline survey. We had over 800 responses to that kind of how's it working at the moment survey. We've also had various walkthroughs with drop-ins of the businesses. So in February this year, our engagement staff visited every business along the route. We've worked with our business engagement advisor who has the relationships with the business groups. So there's 3. There's the South Coast Business Group, the Newtown Business Group, the Independent Newtown Group. So information was going out via her, who holds those relationships. We've also had, in terms of the Berhampore businesses, very in-depth engagement because the Berhampore Berempore village upgrades was happening the same time, and that went through a co-design process with our public space lead. So those businesses have had many opportunities to feedback, and we've incorporated some of their recommendations about speed calming and judder bars at the petrol station and P10s instead of loading zones. So yeah, I guess we've used every channel that we have available to us. We don't door knock residents for reasons of health and safety, and people find it quite confronting and can really not appreciate an in-person visit. We don't also have the resourcing to do that for a 5,000 person suburb. But I think we've really gone hard on this one. I think people have had ample opportunities to find out about it.
We'll come back if we need to. I'm going to move to Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, kia ora. I'll just... The question I have is probably for Alex. Just there was concern from the Berempore community and businesses about the shift of the bus stop from Luxford Street to Adelaide Road, and so two-prong question: why would Metlink recommend or support that, and then one to our team about congestion through the village, and going forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. The key issue for Metlink around this bus stop location was currently we have two separate bus stops, one on Luxford, as you note, another on Adelaide Road. One is served by the Route 1, the other is served by the Route 32X. And what it means for customers is right now they have to make in the morning a choice. Do I wait at this bus stop and then, oh, but hang on, I could have got a 32 at the other bus stop, or I wait at the other bus stop and the 32 might be delayed a couple of minutes and they could have got on a Route 1. So it's just less convenient for customers, the split stops. So the proposal here is to consolidate those two stop locations into one single, I guess you could call it a super stop for the town centre, where all the services depart from that one location, which is just to make the service more legible, easier for customers. I just get to the one stop and I can catch the first bus going and get basically a more frequent service and not have to pre-select where I'm boarding from.
Anticipate any bus congestion through the village because of the placement being before the lights?
I mean, this is more of a question in terms of traffic management. I mean, we do have quite frequent services through here, approximately every 4 minutes in the morning peak. It is a congested location. I assume, and again, I have to throw this back to the WCC team, I think whether this buses are stopping here or not, they're still having to travel through this congested part of the network.
The design of this bit took quite a long time, and where we've landed is that bikes are sharing the lanes through the town centre, which isn't necessarily optimal in this particular spot. But what it means that we're doing is doing a small build out for the buses to come flush, because there's verandas there, so they need to be a little bit out. But there is still a lane for traffic to go around if a bus. So this isn't a case of a full in-lane bus stop where all cars are stuck behind. There's a lane for cars to go around. There might be times where, in the morning, and we probably may see some congestion initially as people get used to these changes. But at the moment, with the buses and there's parked cars there at the moment, so most of the day there are parked cars where we are proposing to put this bus stop. In the morning, it's also one of the clearways that isn't very well abided by, so there are often cars sitting in this area all times of the day. So we're not anticipating it'll be hugely different than the current situation, but it'll definitely be something that we are monitoring.
Okay, I'd like to suggest that we really do need to keep moving. But Nuruddin, did you have a question? And if you do, can it be brief?
Cool. The other thing that I can do is, because those questions, Deputy Mayor was there, we went and we talked to the businesses and the community. They invited us for a meeting, and after that meeting, there was a minute that they sent through to ask some questions. and I'm happy if there is not enough time to not ask, but
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to ask one more question.
Okay, one more.
Cool. In this paper, Claire, it's just I found it really interesting and difficult to process the whole paper because it's 9,000 pages in total. I'm not sure if the rest of the committee realized that 2,400 consultation submissions for like 9 of this. So I don't think so it's easy to process all this information in 1 week to make a right decision, informed decision. And it's also stressful for officers. I don't know how you're just doing all this. And I found it, do you think this is the way we should be doing? Sometimes I find it tough for you, tough for us as well. If not, any other process that you prefer?
I think a lot of what comes through those 9,000 pages has come through to our team already in one way or another, even often before consultation started. So that kind of approach of having ongoing conversations along the way means that we can theme up relatively easily, and we don't do it, we have external suppliers who help us, but they can put a lot of those comments into some key themes, and that's what you'll find in the consultation summary. So when we've come to respond, a huge amount of the comments are the same sorts of things that can be summarised in one way, and we can respond to it like that. I guess I think this is the process that we've got in terms of traffic resolutions. There is a new rule that is around that does allow us to try different consultation mechanisms maybe in the future, but I think for now this certainly allows everybody to have their say, and we've got the back end set up to process that and respond to it. And yeah, it does take a lot of time and effort, but I guess, yeah, it's an important project.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to ask just one question, which is about, and just a brief answer will suffice, the safety audits that have been done on this final version that's in front of us. Can you just tell us
yes, there was a safety audit at 30% design and a safety audit at 90% design.
And can you remember offhand which companies or officers
a company called Via Strada does our road safety auditing.
Okay, thank you. Is it a quick one, Councillor Randall? Okay, I will be merciful, but we do want to move on to the debate.
Well, you did say you were going to come back to me.
Yes.
So just to follow up on the multi-criteria analysis versus what was recommended, was that also flagged in the public consultation documents, whether there was a difference between what officers recommended, outside the multi-criteria analysis report itself?
Yeah, there's a page on our website called the options we considered, and that goes through section by section what the options were and then why we selected the one we select. I think, I'd have to double check, but I think it does say this was ranked the first, but we didn't choose it because, but I'd need to go back and double check.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Are there any other questions? Okay. Well, in that case, I'm actually asking Councillor McNulty to introduce this, to move this.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. I'll just make a quick technical note that this is an amended substantive that removes Clause 5, and officers will be bringing that back next year in the traffic resolution, I believe. Look, this is a project that is about putting new connections together. We've seen the absolutely phenomenal success of Cambridge Terrace, and we know that this was only going to continue to attract new riders and reduce congestion across the city. The data points are convincing. If you take Tasman Street in the Basin in October 21, we had 19,200 riders. The next year, 21,760. This year, 24,706. It's 28% increase in the space of 2 years. And we know that this is a fundamental gap that is stopping people from taking safe journeys. Whether people like it or not, cycling is here to stay and to grow, and we can proactively respond to the challenge of making those journeys safe, or we can do nothing and wait for things to go wrong. We've heard that the buses are fixed. I'm going to say fixed, and fixed as of Monday. It is a huge turning point that we're getting to in our city for people being able to get around, and that has always been a theme of feedback that has been there at times as well, that we can't look at doing other transport options when we haven't got the basics of the public transport system in place. We have the drivers, the shortage is over, it lets us start thinking about the future. I want to dispel some of the feedback that came through public hearings. There seemed to be this absurd notion that cyclists are not normal people. And I think that's quite offensive, because when you hear from people that are just doing daycare runs or they're just commuting to work, they might be shopping. I saw photos of people cycling to grab their Christmas trees over the weekend and put them on the back of a bike, a live Christmas tree. They're just normal people. People are cyclists. It's not a distinction, and that's who we're working through. But I think what was really harrowing to me was hearing the story of what happens when something goes wrong. And we had the public submitter who, with her son on the bike, was pinned under a vehicle, and how much of a close call it was. And for me it sits, am I going to have that on my conscience as this transport form grows and grows and grows, that I didn't do everything I could to make sure that that's a safe alternative option, or leave it as it is? Because for me, the idea that tamariki on their way to daycare could be hurt or killed would be just unconscionable. So I'm really happy to support this paper, this general motion that we're moving to. The data and evidence speaks for itself, and yeah, just thank you to our officers for the substantive amount of work that's gone into this. These are never easy projects, but the fact that this one is rearing to go with 90% government funding is absolutely fantastic while it lasts. Kia ora.
Thank you. And we have a seconder, I believe, Pawiwi Kelly. Do you want to speak? Okay. That's a no, yeah? Cool. Okay. Right, well, I will have my say. I do think we need to acknowledge the tremendous work done by staff over many, many years on this piece of work. I can remember, Ollie, you did a very early consultation on this work, and we had a drop-in centre in Newtown. We had a huge amount of feedback. Most people were wanting us to be able to do something, but knowing it was going to be incredibly hard. And I think in the course of this my speech, I would like to acknowledge this is going to be hard for some people. They're going to have to change the way they're living, and we're going to have to do what we can to try and make that transition as smooth as possible. So that will mean looking at what parking we've got available and making sure that we have enough residence parking for people that will suddenly find their lives changing. At the same time, if we did nothing, we would still have pressure on our parking, because the government has decided we don't need parking with new developments. We're getting a lot of new developments in this area. We're going to have masses of more intense and high-rise flats in this particular area, I predict. And whatever we did, there'd be an enormous pressure on parking. So it's important that we actually provide the alternatives that people can use to get around. My son used to leave in Island Bay and go to Wellington High School on a bike 15 years ago, and this stretch is so dangerous that I literally did not know when I said goodbye to him whether I'd see him alive at the end of the day. That's how I felt. I knew what a death trap it is coming through Berempore. It's the scariest. I live in the eastern suburbs now, and nothing that I experience on my commute is anything like as scary as having to ride in what we used to call a throat of Berempore. You come up and you literally have your, I'm sure the Deputy Mayor is relating to this right now, because it's incredibly tight. There are parked cars that can open their doors onto you. There are buses that can hit you. They whiz past and you feel the breath of the bus on your ear. The mirror of the bus is just going over your head. It is just really quite horrible. And we desperately need, for the safety of people who are brave enough to take this mode of transport, we need to do something. I personally would be encouraging us to just vote for this. It has been through its safety audits. It's an incredibly difficult place to design for. And this might sound a bit selfish, but if something goes wrong with this, I want to know that I did not try to tamper with the professional design. I know that they have done everything they can to take everybody's perspectives into account. I know how hard they work. I can see the tension and stress on their faces as they try to work out how to slice and dice the space to try their very, very best to meet everybody's needs and to provide what we're trying to provide. We have a commitment as a council. I know it's not generally shared. Well, it's not totally 100% shared, but we have a commitment to bring a network to our city, and this is such an important part of it. I will stop there because my 3 minutes is up. Who's next? Yes, of course you can. Councillor Randall. And we'll put the 3 minutes up because we are short of time. And I just acknowledge the Mayor has had to go. She would have loved to have been here, but she's not.
I think the amendment has to go before we go to debates.
Okay. We do need to put the amendment up at this point because we'll need a seconder. Sorry, I was a bit rushed. Councillor Abdurrahman has an amendment and you still do have a chance to have a seconder. There's people that will second it for you. I'm sorry.
I'll second it.
Will you? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Calvert. So, Councillor Abdurrahman, would you like to speak now?
Cool. First of all, I think really thank you so much for the officer for the hard work and also answering some of the difficult questions. We've been pushing you in a lot of ways, and the community also asking hard questions, and sometimes even physically threatening for officers. I think that is absolutely unacceptable, and I think we need to make sure, even when we have different opinions, we can project it in a very constructive way. And saying that, I absolutely agree with Councillor McNulty. Cycling is here to stay. The days when we have 5 cars in one household is the past. However, I also think it's time to make it the transition just. There are some people who really need it, and we got a complex demand in our community. While we're making the roads safe for those who want to bike, we also need to make it the transition a little bit more just. That's what I think this amendment is going to bring it to. One of the amendments is to address the parking issue in Wakefield Park. This is a regional sports place where people come from all over the city, and we need to make sure we can get it a net zero car park loss while we're making the transition. And officers are committed to this, and I want that to be put in as an amendment so we can make sure that's going to happen. The second one is regards to the bus stop. Example, the one on the village near the shoppings, 30 years ago, I spoke to a bus driver who used to be a driver 30 years ago. He said that bus stop was removed from that street because it created congestion. Now we are putting back in that road. It's going to create more congestions. And we're moving from there all the way to Rental Street. And again, by removing the bus stop on Luxford. When we remove the bus stop on Luxford, we are creating a hazard for the bike, those children who are coming to Swiss, because once they come out of Luxford, when they're turning into Rental Street, it's not protected. They're going to face with buses, they're going to face with cars that's stacking all the way down because we're going to block it, the road to Tifari Road as well. Sorry for the pronunciation. So I think that we need to address those issues. The third point is, during consultation, the oral submissions, a lot of people opposed the turn from Luxford to Rental Street not to be removed. And we're still going ahead and removing that. And I think that's going to create 2 problems. One, a lot of cars are going to drive all the way down and they turn on Dover Street, which is a very narrow street, which is going to be chocked because of the car park we're removing on the Adelaide Road. There will be a lot of cars will be parked in that. It's going to be, I would be worried, but you checked the safety. I think that's going to create a safety issue for a lot of people. The fourth point is regards to some of the people who don't have off-street parking and those who got small off-street parking, but it's not fit for purpose. It's built ages ago. They need to be given a priority so they can have, in the parking hierarchy, they can have like any others parking space. The 6th amendment is to address the area where they don't have no parking at all, which is, again, from Chilka Street, we are coming down on shared path. Once we get in that corner of Dove Street, it's going to get into protected line. And we're removing about 11 houses who are really, really desperate. And one of them are here. And she got a very strong opinion in that. I think we need to find how we can address the concern of those communities. But in general, I'm in support of this project. I think it's going to make safe for the community. And it's going to be utilized pretty well, but we need to take the balance right. I ask you all to support this amendment. I think this amendment is going to make it better. It's not compromising, actually. Some people might see it compromising the cycle lane. I don't personally think it's going to compromise. And even on Luxembourg, we're putting on both sides, but you're coming from Rental Street where there is no protected lane to go to a protected one, and then you go out to unprotected one. And I don't see how that's going to make it safe. If you're making it all connected protected lane, yes, I do agree. But if in this case you are making it protected, unprotected, you might say, okay, let's do it even if it's a little bit short, we can make it protected. This is a business area, it's a very busy area, it kind of complicates the whole issue. I really encourage you to consider this and vote it accordingly. But lastly, thank you to all.
Thank you. Can we have is there a need to have any officer advice? I'd like to ask for some advice, actually. I wonder if Claire, if we could have your advice. My first question would be what is Wellington City Council's view, not necessarily Metlink's view, but Wellington City Council's view on the bus stop issue identified in 4J? I guess the question was asked about congestion, but if we took the desire to improve the operational aspect for Wellington, for Metlink, what would our officer's view be?
So there are a couple of reasons for the moving of buses. One, as Alex pointed out, is we are making it easier for the customers trying to get on those two bus services. The other is that we're trying to improve the bus stop spacing along here. So there were previously a few bus stops that were really close together, and we're trying to get them closer to that recommended 400 metres because it means you can optimise your bus service and it's quicker. And the third reason is the bus stop on the corner of Luxford and Rinto in its current location means that we can't get that bit of cycleway around that corner. There's not enough space to have a bus stop and a cycleway right on that corner. So that's the third benefit of moving that bus stop around the corner onto Rinto Street rather than that's 7123 bus stop.
Okay. Are there any of these that officers are comfortable with? Or are happy, yeah.
The speed one.
Which is number 6.
Yeah, the change to 6. And 7 is also fine.
Okay, but apart from that, you obviously
no,
there's really your advice.
Technical reasons, and I could go into each of them.
Yeah, but we haven't got time, but we'll just keep it to that.
Reasons not to.
Okay. Are there any other questions of officers on the amendments? No. Okay. Do we have a seconder in that case for these? Diane's agreed to second. Diane, would you like to speak?
Yes, I will. I'm happy to second these amendments. I did get some feedback from the Berrenpool businesses and also some local residents who were pleased to have had that meeting a few days ago, and we're pleased to see Councillor Abdurrahman trying to find solutions going forward and make a better solution for this area. So I'm happy to support these amendments. I think we need to listen to our communities better, and we need to find some viable solutions going forward. I think what Councillor Abdurrahman has done is put forward amendments that go some way to this. And so I'm happy to support them all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further debate just on the amendments?
Debate.
Yeah, we're into debate on the amendments. Yeah.
Cool. Look, very quickly, for me, I'd be a hypocrite, given in the past I've talked about late amendments and not having the time to digest them, and unfortunately that has been the case here. Councillor Pannett's not in the room, but I have certainly voted down things of hers that have had merit, but because I haven't had the time to process and engage with them. And, for this one, essentially this is the first time seeing a lot of these things up on the screen, and I really just don't have a feeling for how they comprehensively might impact the project as a whole, and it makes me feel that I'm making a poor governance decision if I haven't had time to think through the ramifications of how these things could be beneficial or might not be. So I'm not really commenting on the merit in here. It's just that I haven't had sufficient time to really process these, and I'm not confident that I'd be making a adequate decision if I was to back them. So if officers are comfortable with ones, I'll put my trust in them, but that's where I'm going to have to land on most of these. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Puiwi Kelly.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to support these amendments, and essentially, my questions to the officer in the beginning was that I was comfortable with the changes to the recommendation because they had incorporated many of the concerns that our residents came to the table and talked to us about in the submissions. And I strongly believe that our officers are working really hard to accommodate changes where they believe they can make changes. Because they know that these are people's lives. This is where they live. This is where they work, and I'm really comfortable with what our officers have been doing, and particularly when they give me an explanation that there are safety issues, why they have made changes. I'm comfortable with that answer. And that was why in my question I asked what were the ones that were still outstanding that they were opposed and why they were. So that one about Luxford Street in that corner, I was really comfortable with the explanation that the officer gave. So I won't be supporting these amendments, and also because I agree with what our chairman said in the beginning, that we have been consulting on this piece of work for a number of years. There's been a lot of consultation, and I don't want to meddle with any of what has been presented to us, because I believe that our officers they're across everything. And when while we have to listen to the community, and we should listen to the community, they only come to us in the context of what's concerning them many times, whereas our officers are across the whole deal, and I trust them that they're doing their mahi. And so I just see that some of these things that are here is actually against what we've heard them say, so I won't be supporting any of it at all. And that's also because I too have said to Councillor Pannett, and I took the stance one time when she put through a lengthy, late amendment, and I was just ho-ha because that was a habit that she had got into. And even though there were parts of it that I supported on principle, it was that, no, if you want us to take this seriously, you need to give us time to digest it and to have a look at it. So on principle, I'm not even going to support 6 and 7. But I do respect your passion and your willingness, Councillor, to Abdurrahman, to want to listen and to be seen to listen to the community. But in this instance, I think that there are really health and safety issues, and I don't want to hold this up. Like they've said that they can start this basically straight away, and when we're getting paid so much, it's not going to cost us, it's not going to cost the ratepayers. I agree. We don't want to miss this opportunity. Things are getting repealed, getting repealed so quickly that we don't want to lose this opportunity. So let's just get it sealed and done and be able to move ahead. Ka pai.
Okay, does there anyone else want to speak just on the amendment? You still have a brief opportunity for the whole thing. Okay, let's write a reply.
Cool. Look, Whanau, I do respect whichever way you make your decision. But I would like to highlight one thing that I'm finding difficult for me as a councillor. In 1 week, digesting 9,000 pages and making a good decision, it's making me a bit difficult when we are having so many other meetings and workshops as well. I don't think so. We are also putting our officers in more difficult position when we ask them to summarize all those things in 2 weeks. And the process in general needs to improve in the future. And last night, I sent it around midnight. I was working until 1 a.m. on this paper because it's hard to go through all this to make sense of it and to make an amendment. I met communities 2 times last week with Deputy Mayor, and she have seen it, some of the emotion in that room. And I'm trying to bring that emotion to the council here, presenting them so you can hear how some others are feeling. However, I would also like to note, this is one of the highest cycling community. Newtown, Berhampur, Island Bay, very big community, cycling community. I do back them, that's why I support the project in general. But at the same time, when you talk to businesses, when you talk to some of communities that are getting impacted, you will see you need to make something. I'm not sure exactly what that means at this stage, because out of the 200 car parks we're removing, I know we got 1,000 car parks in this area, but out of the 200 car parks we're removing from all the way in the corner of Redford to D Street, 200 car parks. Out of 270 of them, 70 households, they don't have off-street car park. And again, about 30 of them, they got a small garage that doesn't fit their car. For them tomorrow, when you go out and putting, it is a challenge. Even when we're making hard decisions, we need to acknowledge the hard decisions some household is gonna go through. And we need to find a way out. That is why I proposed moving a little bit at a time. And one of the amendments that I really want you to again consider when you vote is the one on to agree short list option 4. Actually, it was on the option listed as option 4 on Adelaide Road, section 2, which would entail retaining some parking on the eastern side. And that's, we got some communities who really got a concern. And 6 and 7, even if you have a principle of not voting for late, I think it's supported by officers. Let sometimes that principle slide aside, make the right decision. That's all I'm asking you. Thank you.
With that last impassioned plea, we will go to the vote. So we will take them.
This is just the vote on the amendment.
Yes, it's just a vote on the amendment. So that is all of 4 and 6 and 7. Who would like to take anything separately? I don't feel the need, but if there is a need.
If officers have said 6 and 7, I'll slide on my principle.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, we'll take 6 and 7 first, and then we'll do the rest. So we're now voting on 6 and 7. You convinced me, Councillor. Okay, so that has actually, that's been carried. We'll now go back to the rest of it, the number 4. And that has failed. And now we'll return to the main, the substantive, and I think Councillor Randall had his hand up for that, and Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to note a couple of things about this proposal, and that is this isn't really a top quality cycleway all the way through. I can see, as I pointed out in the multi-criteria analysis, there are areas where the worst option has been picked to go forward. That means painted line next to traffic, And I'm very concerned that we're investing a lot and disrupting this whole community, yet it's still got some quite unsafe areas. I do understand the difficulty of trying to find the right compromise for getting a cycleway along main roads, which is the principle that this council has decided to adopt in implementing its cycle network plan. I don't think that's a very strong principle. I think cycling is compromising all transport. And while it is certainly growing, and I support its growth on areas which flat access, I don't think that this is something that's being done properly throughout. And I'm concerned that the cycling uptake won't happen because there are still some dangerous areas along what is supposed to be a much safer route. I also believe that the disruption it causes is not really worth the effort that's being made. And so we seem to have a situation where officers plough on, and yet as they listen to the community, they degrade the quality of the original vision of the cycleway. Thank you.
Just be a bit aware of the fact what you're saying, please, Councillor.
Oh, no, I'm just saying that that you know, if this is the sort of thing where you do it properly, you don't do it at all, in my opinion. And I'm not sure if they've really, it's still got some weaknesses, and I just wanted to highlight that. I think it's worth noting. I'm sure that it's better for cyclists, don't get me wrong. I think, and I do appreciate there's been an enormous effort to try and find the right mix in a very difficult area. But you know, I'm not quite sure it's quite come together.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Kia ora, Councillor Randall, thank you. But because I only have a few minutes, I will not respond to your statements, and hopefully somebody else will be able to. But can I just ask that we table the Q&A document, please, because I think there are some valuable answers for the community in that. So just going forward, I do want to acknowledge the team. I think it was clearly outlined this morning how much work has gone on to get us to this space, and I can say that I've been alongside this journey since 2014, 2017 and 18 and 2021, and actually that is coming up to a decade of consulting on getting this, how can we make this better for bike users and bus users and pedestrians, and that's what this is about today, joining up that vital connection. But mostly today what I really wanted to acknowledge was the residents, and particularly the residents in Berhampore, for their, you know, constructive feedback, for their concerns, and I just want to acknowledge the change as you have Councillor Free on the residents, and actually it is a bit of a shock for people, especially if they haven't been alongside the conversation that's going on. And I just want to say, I feel you, I appreciate the change, and it is hard for all of us. Even although I've stood on making sure these changes happen, I want you to know I lie in bed awake at night thinking about the changes and the impact this will have on families. However, and I just want to acknowledge actually the particular queries that I will be keeping an eye on, which is the bus stop in transition to Adelaide Road, the right-hand turn into Wharepodi Street, and the right-hand turn going into Rintole from Luxford. And I think these are really constructive pointers that we can look at to just really acknowledge that through this process, that it is a transition into permanence. We have the opportunity to feedback and make changes, and so that gives me some comfort. That is what we are doing through this process. It is a trial, but I've got to say it is not perfect now. And in the eyes of my 18-year-old daughter who is learning to drive, it's all new to her. she is taking what she is given on the streets, and in fact, changes like this actually help a new driver be more assertive about where their place is, and so that also gives me hope. It's the fact that those of us that have been around for a while have to change as part of the challenge. I just want to acknowledge the concerns on the engagement, and I hear the team, and I know they've been out there. I received the information in my mailbox. I know that it happened, but I appreciate that some people haven't been along for the full journey. But there has been very healthy conversations on the community Facebook page and for Berempore Peeps. But I will make sure that when we come to the parking plan, we will set something up so that residents can really have their say into that. So I'm sure Councillor Abdurrahman will join me in that. But actually what I wanted to talk about today was safety. And when I started door knocking as a new councillor, safety, particularly in the Berempore Town Centre and Newtown Town Centres, was the main concern of residents at that point. And that even though we've had a 30k speed limit in Berempore Village since 2014, the cars just hoon through that area. It's not their fault, but that is what is happening. So I just really am excited for the slowing down for the village, and I won't go through that, but just to acknowledge that there are 1,200 school children that pile in and out of that area at beginning and closing times of schools. So while I can't vote on this committee, just I want you to know that as a ward councillor, I support the changes and will commit to observing the transition and the trial period. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other speakers? No. Right of reply.
Just very quickly. Yeah, look, I think I'll just take Councillor Randall's point around unsafe areas and whether we'll get the uptake. I mean, there's already an unsafe area and we are seeing the uptake. That's what the data showed at the beginning. This whole stretch that we are trying to address is fundamentally unsafe. So I'm confident that we'll see that change. Something I said recently at a last debate, I'm really happy, E and I, when we talked about the car parking scheme, I'm really happy to take accountability for these decisions, and if I get it wrong, I will be the first to sit around this table and own that and say we need to change tack. And I know that if we have got some of these things wrong, as the Deputy Mayor has alluded to, that especially Councillor Abdurrahman will be the first person tapping on my shoulder to say, actually, that change has not worked in our community. It is causing distress and we really do need to make an amendment to it. But I did like the Deputy Mayor's quote of this is a transition into permanence. So we have time to play with this and test it. That is the most ideal transport outcome in the world that we can play and test, rather than just make big assumptions and then cement it all in the ground. For me, finally, what just emboldens me here is the election results, really. Whilst I would say the people of Rongotai might not have selected the candidate that I would have endorsed, they have sent an incredibly clear signal about direction in general and Wellingtonians, and probably caught, I think, the council off guard by just how the direction of this city, you know, stands across from where maybe the rest of our country is at the moment. But that does help me feel a level of confidence, because we hear that these changes are sometimes not representative of the community, but the community certainly, I know in Rongotai I think the Labour and Green combined vote was around 70%. So this is a community that is not rejecting these kinds of ideas from what I'm hearing in there. So I'm happy to put it to the vote. Kia ora.
Thank you. A very healthy debate. Let's vote.
Excuse me.
Now, anything separately? Hopefully
Yes.
not.
I'd like to, I'm not going to go into party political broadcast, but can I just take 6 and 7 separately, please?
Sure. Let's do them first, 6 and 7, and then we'll vote for the other things. I was consistent. And now we'll do the rest.
Can I just say that when you're online, you can't see the vote, so if you could just tell us what
The vote
happened.
was in favour, except for me. I voted against it, as I did when it came to us. Now we are voting, that was 6 and 7. Yeah. Did you want to change your vote? doesn't matter a lot, but yes, but we will record that. Okay, and then,
Sorry, Sarah, can you tell us what you're recording? Because we can't see anything.
okay, I will tell you next time how it went. That was just 6 and 7, and it was all in favour except for me. I was against. And now we're doing everything else. Oh, okay. Councillor Abdurrahman would like to take something else separately. So what number is that? Okay. Okay. We are taking 4B separately, which is the moving of the bus stop, which was proposed to be combined. And we'll do that now. Oh, that as well? Okay. So we're doing the bus stop. 4B. And I'm casting in favour of keeping it as the officer's advice. I was a bit surprised by that. Can we do that again?
Look, no, just leave it. It's there. We didn't division it, so just to keep moving.
Okay, rightio. And then the next, so we've voted to keep the officer advice there, not with a casting vote because Councillor McNulty wants to change his vote. Okay. Now we're taking something else separately, which is what number? The right term, which is. You
Can we have a division on these?
Tiny.
Can we have a division on these, please?
Tell me, Councillor Abdurrahman, which one you want to take separately.
The right turn on Rental Street.
There's no additional amendment about the right turn it,
No,
because
no.
we're just proposing to keep it as is. Substantive.
So I'm voting against that right turn.
Yeah, just wants to vote separately on it.
Which one? Just tell me, please.
There's no separate amendment around the right turn recommendation. It's just part of the substantive.
Yeah. No, 4B is. That is the bus stop. I'm not talking about the amendment, the substantive, where it says.
We're in the substantive now.
Yeah. We're voting on the substantive now, but there's no specific recommendation relating to the right turn on Rental Street. So I suspect you just vote against the recommendations of officers, Councillor.
Hang on.
All right.
Vote that, let me say.
You might just need to vote no.
No, I'm not going to vote no, but I want to make sure, because in the paper it says right turn. That is where a lot of the community opposed on the Luxford Street to Rental Street. The rest of the paper I'm very happy to support, but the bus stop and the Luxford return I'm not. Yeah.
Just
that one is finished. Now we are voting on the substantive.
Just take a quick adjournment.
Yeah, and that didn't work. So now it's not. Yeah.
We can do that. So we're just taking everything else in the paper as per the officer's advice. And that is passed with the exception of Diane, Councillor Calvert, who's voted against it. Right, thank you, everybody. Now we're going to invite Maria to come up. We're going to move to our Maria, over to you. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, Councillor Free, councillors. Sean Woodcock, Network Manager, work with Maria, and Maria has been very, very busy indeed, and we have 8 events to bring to you for approval. We have some repeat customers who are well-known events within Wellington, and the first one of those is the Wellington Cycle Classic. So that's going to be in January, early January. The next event would be Cuba Duper, again a very large event, well managed and well loved by the community. And we also in March are requesting the Pride Parade. And then the first of our new events, which is an initiative based around Courtney Place and recognising the heritage of the area, and a way to to enable further uptake of the Courtney Place district, and that's the Courtney East event. And so that's going to be Thursdays and Fridays through February next year. Another regular event for Wellington, the Gaisley Marathon, is again 23rd of June is the proposed date for that. We also have, for those of a bent towards the outdoor sports, and through February and March, the return of the barefoot sports. Another new event around Shelley Bay, which is quite an exciting one, through 2 Sundays in March, which is a open street right around the top end of the peninsula. And you would have heard earlier from both Bruno and Mike a great opportunity to prove that Wellington is a great place to film, and that is the production filming, which is proposed for the 20th and 21st of January. That is a change to the document with proposed rain dates of the 27th and 28th. So lots of exciting events, some of them very, very new.
Thank you. And did we receive any objections?
No,
None.
not yet. No,
Okay.
not yet.
Oh, not yet. No. Okay, thank you. Right, well...
Just with that, sorry, Councillor Free, with the change to the filming productions schedule, that will have to be, we will have to go out and actually reconnect with the impacted parties, and that will be done very, very quickly, and it's the same place, just less dates.
Just another question on that. Would it be wise to also connect on a possible cancellation date?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any other questions? No, thank you very much. Thank you for all the work. I know there's a lot of work behind these.
Sorry, I do have a question.
Yes.
Yeah, just on the cycle race, it's going through most of our business, retail, hospitality area. Have you been in touch with various groups in regarding that?
The event organisers do a door-to-door and contact all the businesses in the CBD to advise that that's happening. This is the 3rd year it's happened in the same format, on the same roads, and we've got the buses across the line, we've got all the people we need to, but right up until the day, and including the day, we will deal with any objections that come in to make sure that everybody is happy with what's happening. Just because we've had done the advertising and given them a time of consultation, we still make sure we deal with any complaints that come in right up until and even after the day that the event has actually happened.
Consultation also occurs with cruise ships. We actually have cruise ships too on that day as well.
Yeah, so there's quite a lot happening in the city.
Operators are well aware of that.
Yeah.
Yes. So, so did you get any feedback following from the last one or two, in terms from the business community?
Not from the business community, mainly from the buses.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, as yet. Which is actually quite surprising.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much, Maria and Sean. Okay, I'm looking for someone to move this. Do I have any hands up? Yeah. Yeah, Holden, why not? Go for it. You're on a roll. You don't need to speak. A seconder, Councillor Abdurrahman. Is there any debate?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Look, I'm not. I'm really concerned about the cycleway one around the main business district, retail and hospitality, and that we are making a decision now in December when this race is only 2 months away. And I would have liked to have seen much more feedback from that community. They're doing it tough at the moment, and I know there's been feedback when the roads have been closed for other reasons. So it's not just because it's a cycle race. So I will not be supporting that closure.
All right, well, is there any further debate? I just need to point out that you either agree to them or you don't agree to them. We haven't got them in parts. But personally, I'm certainly going to be supporting these as we've had no objections and there's a really good...
Yeah, that's not my fault that they're not broken down as they should be.
Rightio. If there's no further and no need for a right of reply, no, let's go to the vote.
Can we split them up into the three sections?
I don't think so. It's not going to make any difference, Diane, I'm sure.
Okay, I'll just vote against.
You've made a point, and that can be taken next time that we can do them in sections, but
well,
right now we don't.
No, and I really think that is an undemocratic process, but anyway, I'll vote against it.
Okay. Right, we'll take number 1, receive the information. Time we haven't actually got yours as yet. I take it you're voting yes to receiving the information. Have we lost her? Okay, well. Okay, Diane, are you wanting to vote on this one? Okay, I think we might just have to close the vote. Okay, that's carried. And now we'll do number 2, which is agreeing to close the roads for the events which have been listed in our paper. Diane, are you there? Okay. We'll go to the vote on that. We'll see if she comes in. She might. Okay, well, possibly.
I did last time.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Holden. Okay, and we'll close that. Okay, so that's been carried as well. Thank you very much, Maria and Sean. Alrighty, I am going to suggest that we crack on with the traffic resolutions. There are quite a few, so I'll invite who's coming up to Sun and somebody else? Just you, Sun. Welcome to the table, and if you'd just like to give us an overview of what these traffic resolutions are about.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and councillors. This time we have 17 traffic resolutions that are presented to the committee. They range from a variety of broken yellow lines for safety purpose, mobility, parking outside the emergency centre, pedestrian safety improvement like a raised safety platform across King Street, and also EV chargers, 5 of them. And I'm at this point recommending that we defer one TR, which is the Meadowvale traffic resolution. The reason behind that is because there's the local community and the schools are asking for council officers to consider a pedestrian zebra crossing across Grafton Road and Meadowvale Road. So that could impact on the location of the EV charging spaces. The other one is I'm recommending to the RPC on accepting the amended Inglewood traffic resolution number 128. The reason behind that is to just rectify the location of the loading dock, which was put into the one council paper at the incorrect location. So the amended plan that we are putting forward to the committee is just rectifying that location of the loading dock. It's not changing anything major, but just the location of that loading dock is part of the amended plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Soon. Now, I do have a question. It's actually about the EV charging. I had asked if we could have some advice on this, because my question is, that's all right. Is it you, is it, Paul? Okay. So my question is, how well are we monitoring the uptake? You know, how well these are being used, and how much do they cost to install to the council, and how well are we monitoring the uptake of their actual usage?
Right. Thank you, Councillor. To answer the second part, they self-monitor, so we're able to. They report back how often they're used, how long they're used, so we know how long they're plugged in for, and how long and how many times a day they're plugged in. So so we've got 6 sites across Wellington at the moment, and of those, there's I should have that. I think we've got 16 chargers out there now, and on average, about 4.2 times a day they get used. So we hope to be able to ramp that up. But so overall, since we've had them in, I've got the table here in front of me, nearly 13,000 times they've been used.
Okay.
Yeah, so pretty good usage overall. And then your other question was how much, what is the cost of these? Per site, and the sites average between 2 to 3 charges per site, about $100,000 all up. And of that, about a third of that is the charger itself. So the rest is the installation costs.
Sorry, Paul, can you repeat that? I didn't take it in properly.
About $100,000 per site. And per site, and the site has got an average of 2 to 3. So at Waitohi, we have 3 installed there. Te Atu, and other sites only have 2 chargers installed. So it's either 2 to 3 chargers, so on average about $100,000 per site, and of that a third of the cost is the actual cost of the charger, and the remaining part is the installation cost.
And council pays for that?
We do. We get a reimbursement, or we have a contribution from IGA towards those as well.
Okay. I had some specific questions about the EV, about the sites.
Yes.
So one of my questions was actually putting EV charging or taking up 2 normal sites at an entrance to the Botanical Gardens at the same time that our Karori project might make it harder for people to find parking for the gardens, and whether this is exactly the right time to be creating a further constraint around our parking availability for visitors.
Yeah, look, I think it is sending the right signal of where we want to head with this in terms of the EVs. So they are destination charges, and it prioritises those that we're expecting people that come to the gardens that they can then charge, rather than people go there to charge their car. So it's trying to target those that need to drive there, perhaps an opportunity to charge the EV while they're there.
Okay, and my other specific question, I'm not sure I actually going to agree with Gardner's one right now, but my other specific question was about the one down on, I think it's Oriental Bay, where we're taking out 3 car parks to create 2 EV chargers. And I wondered if that's the optimum location, because it looked as if you went to immediately to the left of the diagram, there was a spare bit of room there.
So it's a balance between optimising the space for the users and the cost to install. The further away from that location we move, the more expensive it is. So it's the trenching cost to get to. So we try to optimise, where there is power, where there's not other encumbrances. I've spent quite a bit of time with the project team trying to find the right location. And of course, when we have angle parking, we need to change from angle to perpendicular parking because the EV vehicles, there's no standard in New Zealand, well, there's no standard worldwide. They charge at the front, they charge at the back, they charge at the left and the right. And so we have to allow the vehicle to reverse in or drive in, and depending on where their charger is. So to have 60-degree parking, we can't expect a vehicle to reverse back into that. So it has to be 90-degree parking. So by the time we move all the parking lines around, we do lose the space.
There are some other questions, so I'm sorry I didn't see the order. Puiwi Kelly, and I think I saw Councillor Chung.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I've got a few questions. The first one is I'm trying to get the information you just gave us was that it's 100K for each site, and there's 6 sites that have 2 charging things on them, is 12. So where does the 16 come in?
Well, I can run through those. So out at the Akatangi Sports Centre.
You don't have to tell me where they are.
But that's, for instance, that's one site with 3. The next one has 2.
Oh, okay. So they're not all 2 sites.
Mervyn Kemp has 3.
Yeah.
And Anvil and Nio each have 2.
Okay. So that was one question. Thank you. So while it's 100K, what's the actual cost to Wellington City Council, and why do we provide the charging stations? Like, we don't provide petrol stations, so why are we providing charging stations?
Well, I mean, this was one of our initiatives that came out of the what's the
Te Atakura.
Thank you. Everybody's just telling me the right word. Is an initiative that we would drive these, and we would set the standard amongst the number of charges through Wellington. The industry is also picking that up with private provision elsewhere, but these are the on-road accessible.
So this is a decision that council already made that we would be involved in.
And we are funded for this. This program will ultimately roll out across 60 sites, somewhere between 130 and 140 charges, and they're expected to be rolled out by the end of this year.
So what is the actual cost to the ratepayer, to Wellington City Council?
So we expect them to be self-funded. So as we move forward, we'll be charging for the use of these, and that has a payback.
Yeah, self-funded is fine. Thank you.
Right, moving on, we have Councillor Chung, then Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thanks very much. 2 weeks ago, I went to this meeting at Z Energy, and they're introducing a policy of having charging stations at every one of their sites. And again, going back to what Kelly just said, that is this something that the council should be doing if there are going to be petrol stations, putting them onto all their sites, because of course people go there for petrol, people should go there to be charged them as well. But my second question is that, can you actually tell me what percentage of time these charges are actually used? You told us how many people are going there, but what was the percentage of usage of those sites?
Yeah, again, I can share the table, but we've got the number of hours per day that they're on average used, and I'll defer back that Z Energy question back to.
Through Madam Chair, Councillor Chung. So this is a policy decision that Council took when they adopted Te Atakura. So we're rolling out a program, and this relates to the 60 or so charges that Paul referred to. And he's already indicated that the intention is when they're online, the mainstream income from those charges will repay back into the money we've required to deploy them. The interesting thing about these, Paul, which is worth probably noting to councillors is that it is located on public land, so they are accessible charges, whereas in certain circumstances the private charges on private land may not be accessible all of the time. But the underlying principle here under Te Atakura is that we need to make it as easy and convenient as possible to charge EV vehicles because they reduce carbon emissions.
Sorry. Can I just reply to that as well?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Liam, the date when the decision was made, I think that was before there were a lot of electric cars out there, and so now that there are a lot more out there, the people like petrol stations are seeing that there is something to be done there. It is a service that they provide, but also foodstuffs have also got a policy now of putting them onto all their car parks, onto their supermarket car parks. So I think that there's going to be a lot of private organisations that actually are starting to put these in there, whether they're doing it as a public service or whether they're doing it just to look after their customers who go there. And so should we actually be revisiting our policy?
Well, that's a question for council.
That's probably not a question for our committee. We're down, at the details of how this gets implemented, and it's like a yes or no for the sites, not really a questioning of the policy. But I guess I was asking this because I think perhaps there is a case for some information about how it's going to come back. Yeah.
All right, through you, Chair. Can I just a comment about the difference between our public sites is that we can time limit those and enforce the time limits that are on them, so we can force the turnover of those spaces. Those private ones, they don't have the same ability to turn over. So we put our 2-hour limit on it, and it ensures that the cars are cleared away to allow another member of the public to come on to those. So I think we have an advantage of providing these in that public space and being accessible.
I think we're actually approving a 60-minute limit, so it's an hour.
Again, we're able to do that.
Okay, and are we actually charging for the space as well as the electricity, or is it just
within the metered area we're able to do that? Yeah,
okay.
Plus the electricity.
Okay, right. Are there, Councillor Abdurrahman? No. Okay. Are there any further questions about any of the traffic resolutions? No. Okay. I will introduce this just to say that thank you, Soon. Thank you, Paul. Sorry if you feel like we've put you on the spot a little bit. Yeah. So I'm happy to move this paper. I think there's actually been very few objections to any of these traffic resolutions. And we're making really solid progress on things like putting in bus bays, putting in, yellow lines to make our bus service, amongst other things, run more smoothly. We've got tapers in, tapers out. Soon explained it quite well, that there's some really solid work going in here to slowly improve the streets of our city. The one I won't be voting for, and it's just a little bit of nervousness that we are perhaps adding some more parking restrictions at a time when I know we're removing a lot of parking near the gardens. I won't be voting for that particular one because in my mind I'm thinking about my community in Strathmore with a family trying to come to the gardens and having just 2 more parks taken out because so many of the people that I represent won't be coming in an electric vehicle. So, and at this particular time when we're going through a transition period, we're not quite sure how it's all going to play out. I'm not quite sure it's sending the right message to actually set aside another couple of car parks for a restricted purpose, but you may or may not agree with that. It is, out of those, it is the, can somebody help me out? It's O. Yes, Glen Road, Kelburn. Yeah, I looked at this quite late at night. But that's all I've got to say, really. Is there anyone else who can do I have a seconder for the paper? Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Do you want to speak, Pauiwi, sorry? Do you want to speak now or later? Hold your peace. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? No. Do you want to have... I need no right of reply if there's nothing more to be said. Does anyone want to take any separately? I'm taking O separately. We'll do all of them except O.
E, please.
E, all of them except O and E. So, all of those TRs excepting O and E.
Sorry, just a process point that Councillor Randall's pointed out. The last one, P, Soon was going to withdraw that, so should probably have that reflected in the resolution.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Thanks, Councillor.
So we'll strike out P. That's good spotting. And we're now voting on everything but O and E. That has carried unanimously. We'll now do E, which is Ottawa Road Nio formalising bus stops, no stopping at all times. And that's carried with the exception of Councillor Calvert voting against. And we'll do O, which is the Glen Road at Kelburn EV charging at all times. I will vote against that. It's failed. Alrighty, and we will now break for lunch. We're not having lunch here because we are going to sashay up to Jeff's Cafe. Right. Back after a very nice lunch for some of us. We're moving on to the Karori cycleway, so I invite who's coming up for that? Claire again and Jonathan.
Kia ora again. So Karori is the longest route we've ever delivered to the largest suburb in Wellington. It's a suburb that has growth constrained in the district plan, partly due to the transport network not being able to provide for a significant addition of residents, despite only being 15 minutes from the CBD with the most frequent bus service in the city. Karori needs more transport options. There are a few things that were relatively uncontroversial in these proposals. People want an improved bus service, and people like the Appleton Park shared path in general. One of the most critical things to note with this project is that it's picked up and incorporated the work the Regional Council needs done to make significant service enhancements to this busy priority bus route. After these are delivered, Greater Wellington will be able to double the capacity on this route by 2030. So for people who support improvements to the bus service along this route, these changes are exactly that. Jonathan and Johnny have worked really constructively with the Karori Business Improvement District over the course of the project and have ended up with a design that has very minimal impact on businesses in the area. The new route will improve options for children to get themselves independently to school, but will require some changes to drop-off patterns at some schools, including the use of entrances on side streets and new dedicated drop-off parks a short walk away from the front gate. Karori Road has one of the highest rates of private off-street parking of any suburb we've worked in. As we've seen elsewhere as we've been rolling out these projects, one of the first things that happens when we put in the bike lanes is people who have off-street parking start using it more, and we do expect to see this in Karori as well. Having said that, Jonathan has found a number of compromises that support people who don't have any off-street parking in the nearby area to help ease the transition. The Botanic Garden, Ki Paikaka, is one of the best served destinations in the city in terms of transport options. Given its proximity to the central city, people can catch a train, they can walk, they have a cable car, which is pretty unique, they can bus, and now they can bike to the gardens. For those that need to drive or have mobility impairments, there's mobility parking in Lady Norwood and on Glenmore Street, and several larger car parks in the nearby area. Our design dedicates some of the retained parking on Glenmore Street to visitors to ensure that not all the spaces are used by commuters through the day. Overall, these changes will make it easier for more people to access the gardens without a car. In response to the feedback around Karori Park, we're recommending an option that delays the southern end of the route until 2025, which allows time for our Parks Department to introduce time restrictions to the off-street parking available at Karori Park. And it also allows time for the uptake of more capacity on the bus services along the route. We're only removing 12% of the on-street parking, of the parking within a 2.5 minute walk from the park, and there is parking available in the side streets as well as that a bit further out. We've analysed all submissions coming in from all channels, and we've given a lot of thought to design changes in response to that feedback. There are around 50 changes, which is a lot, post-consultation that we're recommending, including things like swapping the side of the road that the parking on Glenmore Street is, down by the Botanics, in response to concerns around needing to cross the cycleway. We're also proposing to reinstall the right-hand turn into Homewood Ave, something that the ex-Mayor Andy Foster in particular submitted concerns about. And we've made tweaks outside Singleton Dental. We're recognising the efforts they've gone to make their surgery accessible for people in wheelchairs. And there are a lot more. So we have a team for questions today. I'm sure there'll be lots, but I'll just quickly hand over to Jonathan, who can give you a little bit more information about the detail.
Thanks very much, Claire. As Claire said, we've consulted quite extensively on this 5.2 kilometre long route, and because the route is quite long, we have come up with a large number of amendments which are listed in the council paper. Now, I don't want to necessarily go into all of the detail on those, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have on specific changes that have been made. I do have a handout for you regarding bus rationalisation, because I realise it can be difficult with words alone to visualise the reasons for the removal or moving of some bus stops. So I'll pass this around. Ray, if you could just maybe one copy between two people, that'll go around well. And what you can see on this form is that the remaining bus stops are all within 400 metres of each other, and what we're trying to do with the bus stops that are currently really close together, which are marked in red, is to actually expand the distance that the bus stops are apart. So, for example, one of the stops was only 95 metres from another one just up the road, and there was another bus stop only 160 metres behind it, and the average distance for bus stops, the ideal distance for bus stops, is 400 metres. So in that situation, we've removed the middle bus stop and we end up with a 255 metre bus stop, which is still a pretty short distance from one bus stop to the next. You can also see one of them down by Tringham Street, which has currently got a 131 metre gap between the two existing bus stops. And so we're proposing to move some bus stops and remove one bus stop, so that we end up with spacing of 360 metres, 252 metres between those existing stops, which will mean that the bus doesn't have to stop so often and the bus makes a faster journey from one end of Karori to the other. Keeping in mind that this is the most popular bus in Wellington, and it has a very high frequency, and that frequency is going to increase next year. So I guess now it's worth opening up for questions either about bus stop rationalisation or any of the other amendments that are proposed in the paper.
Okay, thank you very much. Got Councillor Abdurrahman, Councillor Chung.
Cool. Thank you again. And I received this email from a resident who wanted me to raise it with you guys, so I'm just asking the questions, and I don't want to be accountable later on. One of the questions is about evidence. Officers expressly denied any consultation on details and options. This is from one of the Tonda residents. Is there any request that was made and denied by officers?
Not that I'm aware of. What was
the consultation?
Not that I'm aware of it.
Consultation details and options of the options that was tabled. Is there any request and denied by officers?
Is it a request for information?
Yes.
Not that I know of. We're obliged under the Lagoima Act to provide any information that we get asked for. Yeah.
That's my first question. All I'm asking is I was asked to ask, and then I want to clarify, because we don't want that to be circulating around when there was no question that comes through. The second one was regards to conflict of interest with some contractors. And is there any conflict of interest with any of contractors who are doing either through consultation or doing safety auditing? Is there any that you are aware?
No, there's no conflict of interest. We have nothing to declare there.
Okay, two more questions. I'll come back.
Okay. Specifically with that one, it might have been in relation to Via Strada and some people that might be on that, and also members of the Cycling Action Network. But would that be a conflict of interest?
No, there's no conflict of interest at all with Via Strada.
Okay.
They are a company that specialises in walking and cycling technical advice. So, yeah.
I'll look through you, Madam Chair. I think it's a question for Strata, I guess. I mean, you can't, you're not speaking on behalf of them. They would declare a conflict if there was one.
Okay. They didn't declare one with us.
Okay. Next question, Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. Do you remember when we went out to look at these bus stops in Karori, and I think we're at Donald Street, and you pointed up the road and you said that you're rationalising the bus stops on the other side, going up the hill, and So I actually talked to some residents after that, and so they said we're rationalising the wrong bus stop because there are more people who actually catch the bus from the one that we're actually taking out, and we're moving two together. So did you actually change those two? And I should have actually have noted down what numbers they were, but I didn't.
Sorry, Ray. It seems odd to use this when you're so close. Are you talking about the bus stops on the left-hand side of the road heading towards the city?
Yes, yep. Mm-hmm.
Right, okay. No, those, the bus stop that we're removing, which is 95 metres away from the next bus stop, has quite low patronage compared to the bus stop before it, which is the Karori Mall bus stop, and that has about 600 boardings a day on average, and the one after it, which is closer to Donald Street, which is the one that will remain. So no, there's no problem there.
Oh, okay, that's good. Thanks. Yep.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. You say you considered all submissions. Are submissions on the Karori Shared Spaces form submissions?
Yes, so all of the shared spaces form submissions got considered, and the comments on those were analysed and incorporated into the feedback and the themes in the consultation summary.
Okay. On paragraph 34, it states that in all 54% of submitters strongly supported the overall proposed street changes, while 41 either opposed or strongly opposed. Does that include the Karori shared forms?
No, so the 54%, this is the same number, I guess, that we provide you for every report, which is our overall question that asks for sentiment for the proposal as a whole. So the form, I've got a copy of it here, the form simply had a statement that the people who signed it were strongly opposed to removing car parks and bus stops for cycle lanes. And so our project is a multimodal project. It has improvements for pedestrians, buses and cyclists. And the form mentioned that they support some elements of the projects like raised pedestrian crossing. So we weren't able to include that statement of opposition into the overall data on sentiment because it was a different question they were asking. But we have included a summary of how many people filled it in and what the form said for full transparency in the summary.
Okay. In making that interpretation of the form, did you consult with Karori Shared Spaces?
We did provide some verbal feedback at the beginning that if the form was written in a way like this that we couldn't merge the question, that we would have to analyse that separately. So we did provide that feedback. One of the other reasons that the data on the form is a bit tricky is some of the information isn't accurate. So the form itself says that the bus stops have been removed for the provision of the bike lanes, and that is inaccurate. The buses where the bus stops have been removed, it's for the bus rationalisation purposes that we mentioned. So with the clearest way, the most accurate way to represent these submissions was to simply note how many people sent in the form and note what was in the form. It was simply a statement. There was no option on the form to not strongly oppose, I guess.
If you want one more, maybe. Otherwise, we'll put. There's a couple of others wanting to speak.
I'll go on the list. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Councillor Calvert.
Yeah. Can you? I noticed you did put the shared spaces form, but only one side of it in the papers. Was there any reason you didn't put the other page to it?
Yes, the other page simply had text that we've summarised in the consultation form, so we explained what was on that side in the form, but we just put a copy of the bit where people could fill in something. The other side was simply just text that we summarised into the form.
So the other thing was, with the council's own submission form, it didn't break. Is there any reason why it didn't break down the three components to make it a bit easier for people to report on or to submit on? And I talk about the three main components of being bus changes, pedestrian changes, and bike lanes.
So our form was split into sections along the route. So for each section, there were a number of changes that were sort of dependent on each other. And so we asked people in our form to comment whether they supported or didn't support the elements by section. And there was a text box in every section that allowed people to put comments. And so that's what we analysed to understand, you know, they supported some elements of it, but they didn't like the ban of the right-hand turn into Homewood Ave. So that was in those text box where we got the more detailed analysis to feed into the design.
That was the full form. There was a shorter submission form, wasn't there?
Yeah, Ollie, I'll hand over to you for that one.
Yeah, so if people chose to just give the quick feedback on the shortened form, they were presented with information that talks about the changes to bus stops, bus lanes and the road layout to improve the travel times, the uphill bike lane, raising existing pedestrian crossings, improving curb ramps, the shared path through Appleton Park, and calmer traffic speeds through the retail area.
Not memory, it did not have, it basically just gave you a choice, did you overall support or not, or those 5 in between. It didn't actually enable you to say, I don't support this part, but I do fully support the other part.
Sorry, Councillor.
Yeah, no, carry on.
Yeah. Part of the reason that we word it like that is because some of the changes are dependent on all happening together as a package. Like we can't have all the parking on the street and a bike lane and a bus lane. So people have to provide their sentiment about the compromise, the trade-offs that we've made across all the modes, but then they have the text box to further elaborate on specific design elements that they, you know, want to make note of. But if we did that, we'd probably end up with a lot of, we want all the parking plus the bike lane plus the bus lane, and we are working within a corridor that we can't have all of those things at the same time.
If somebody had said, well, I like the pedestrian changes, but I don't like some of the other stuff, and said, I support these changes, meaning these other parts, and I'm worried that people filling the council form would not have had on the simple form, because
we might be getting more into debate.
But I'm just trying to understand and get officers' views on that.
I think the key thing to note here is that we received hundreds of pieces of design feedback, which we analysed, and that is partly why we have 50 changes proposed. They're all coming from gleaned from all the information people put into more specific areas like you're mentioning.
Can you just clarify where the funding is coming from? I know you've got it in the papers, but I couldn't quite work out how much is coming from where.
Jonathan can probably go into more detail than this, but this project is part of our climate emergency response funding. So what we get constructed by June, the construction costs is around 90%. And even though the government has stopped work on that SURF fund, our funding has already been confirmed. So that is predominantly funded by SURF, and then there are contributions yet to be fully confirmed by Greater Wellington, and potentially Let's Get Wellington moving, but there is some uncertainty around that. But we're waiting, I guess, till we get through all of these amendments, till we finalise the arrangement with Greater Wellington.
Okay, I think we need to thank you, Councillor Calvert. I can come back to you if needs be.
Please. Yes.
Kia ora, thank you. So just so I've got it clear in my head, so the a shared spaces form has been taken into consideration in all your recommendations, but it just hasn't been incorporated into some of the other questionnaire data that you provided for good reason.
Yeah, that's right. So all of the 1,228 forms have been analysed, the feedback from it's incorporated. It isn't a form with questions on it, it simply is a statement. So we've summarised what the statement is, and we've looked at the comments.
Gotcha, thank you.
Thank you. I've got one question, and it's just relating to the access to the Singleton dental practice. Are you confident that you've done enough to make it accessible for those people who we heard from in the oral submission process, do have mobility issues or don't feel completely safe with crossing the road?
Yes, following the submission process, we met again with the dentist, and we made a change to the design, which is in the amendments before you today, which is to install a mobility park directly outside the dentist and a P5 drop-off park directly outside the dentist as well.
Right, thank you for that. Okay, we're going back we'll have Councillor Chung. We're going back for second rounds now. So the first person was actually, I think, Councillor Randall, then Councillor Abdurrahman, then Councillor Calvert.
Sorry, I just need a little bit more time.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll move to Councillor Abdurrahman then.
Cool. Thank you, Tim. I think you did a lot of compromises in this route. And one of my questions was actually how using footpaths in the corner of Karori, before you start Karori Road, it's safe for people who bike and walk, but it's not safe for people who bike and walk in Berhampur on the corner of Rentoul Street and Luxford.
Yes, the two situations are different. I'll try and outline briefly what the differences are. So going around on Luxford Street, there's a pinch point at the corner of the building there, which is a blind corner, and the pinch point's 1.6 metres wide from the curb to the building, which for the other thing about Luxford is that there's a much higher pedestrian and cycle use than there is on the short sections of shared path being used on the Karori route. And one of the key things about the Karori route is that the three sections of shared path end shortly before or after that section of shared path. So for that reason, they don't have a lot of foot traffic. In fact, they have virtually no foot traffic going along the footpaths, along those three sections of footpath in Karori, as opposed to Luxford Road. I hope that helps.
Cool. The other question is when you come out of the tunnel, again, instead of going through the main road and you're just crossing through that park, I don't know what that park you call. And if it was good to do that there, why not is not good to do it similar around Wakefield Park?
We didn't. Our first choice was not to actually go through Appleton Park, but the bus stops are having to change due to the increase in bus capacity. They can't have multiple buses stopping at their current timing stop, which is just before Karori Tunnel. So they're having to move their timing stop to beside Appleton Park. So there'll be 2 or 3 buses parked in a row beside Appleton Park, and the traffic lanes aren't wide enough to have cyclists going around the outside of the bus, and the footpath between the bus and a line of Pahutakawa trees isn't wide enough to have cyclists going along that section of footpath either. So we were kind of stumped, and the solution was to go through Appleton Park.
Last question. And I actually really appreciate how you engage with a lot of people, and I remember working with you in one of Newtown places, even when you say, this person is a bit, kind of, sometimes people getting a bit physical towards you, which is not fair. But my question in this regard is, I got some people who also send an email. I just want to mention it in this one where they say, you team up with some groups and you don't give you got kind of preferences when you deal with people, which I disagree, but I want you to clear that one out as well, since I received the email.
Well, as we've been working on the Karori project, we've met with all sorts of different groups, and specifically regarding the amendments that are before you, a lot of these amendments have been made for people who may have initially opposed the project, but we've managed to meet with them, talk through options and come up with solutions for them. So, and even after that, they may not necessarily support the project, but they appreciate the engagement that they have with us, and they appreciate generally the solution if we're able to find a solution for them. There's a number of examples in here where we've made a compromise, and they certainly appreciate the result.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will move to Councillor Randall. Did you have your question now?
Yeah. I note in the executive summary that you said that the Karori Shared Spaces Forum does not provide options to express support for cycle lanes. The I just was wondering whether the page under which you haven't put into the form that you summarised, does your summary note the statement of the people who signed the form that we strongly oppose proposals to remove parking for cycle lanes through Karori and Glenmore Street, which seems at odds. Is that in contradiction to your statement in the executive summary that the form doesn't express support or opposition to cycle lanes?
No, sorry. All we were trying to say is there isn't an option for people to pick something other than strongly oppose. So they simply are signing the form if they strongly oppose, but if they strongly support, there's nowhere obvious that they express that, other than not filling in the form, I guess.
Okay. Second question is given that in Thornton Connections, when they did do a form, the council officers refused to integrate the survey questions into their own summary. If they had such an option, how would that have been expressed in the summary, or would it just be noted in the appendix?
I guess the main purpose of what we do consultation for is to get insight to help with the projects, and so in that way we've analysed every single form in the same way, where we're looking for that insight, and that's gone into the project. In terms of the way we treat those forms, we're always just trying to give you transparently the information as best we can. So we've just tried to tell you exactly what happened with the form, which is it said this, 1,228 people filled it in, and these are the themes that came from the feedback. If they had another form that said strongly proposed, we probably would have just reported that as accurately as we could. The reason we encourage the form that we use, I guess, is because it's been developed with our research and evaluation team, and is really intentionally designed to get the best amount of information we can, and to inform decisions, but also to inform designs. So that's where that information is really that we can see all the analysis that we do once we get information in that way, and we go to quite a lot of effort to try and get those forms written in a certain way.
Okay, I think we need to come a quick one.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. Given that the form opposes the cycleways, and there's also a significant percentage opposing the proposal, if you add those together, is it true that 70% of the submissions oppose the cycleway and only 30% support the implementation of cycleways?
I don't think that is true. I don't think that we can take these two things and put them together. For instance, the form says that they oppose the removal of bus stops to accommodate the bike lanes, which is not a true statement. So if you were coming into this form thinking you want the bus stop and you think the bike lane's stopping you from getting a bus stop, then you might say you don't support it, whereas that wasn't accurate information. So we've just tried to simply say information as clearly as we can, as accurately as we can, but I don't think we can put those two numbers together because they're different questions.
Okay. Councillor McNulty, you haven't had a turn yet, so I'm going to you next, and then Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I'm just saying came up from those questions before. So when was that, let's call it pre-feedback to shared spaces provided around form design? Just roughly, was it February?
Basically, we found, we were told that there was going to be a form, a different form, and we said that if there is a different form, it will be analysed in this way. We encourage the use of our form, of course, but, we look at any submission that comes in. But that was before consultation started.
Do you know just roughly what month, like February or August? August, okay. The amount of parking on Karori Road around the mall and shops versus what's actually in the surrounding streets and in the mall itself, do you sort of have a rough differential, for what we're losing on Karori Road versus how much is in those surrounding streets?
To give you an exact amount, I'd like to go back to the parking management plan that was written up and give you a response in 5 or 10 minutes. Yep. But there's clearly a lot more parking in the side streets off Karori Road than there are on Karori Road. Also, I think it's important to note that in the shopping areas, there's little to virtually no car parking removal. So if we look at the time-restricted parks at Standen Street shops, which are the first lot of shops, all of those time-restricted parks that are there for shopping are remaining. Then we go up to Marsden, and due to an amendment in this paper, none of the car parks in Marsden Village that are used for shopping are being removed at all. There's only a remaining proposal to change one car park on a side street to be 6 bike parks instead. And then down in the Karori shopping area, obviously there's a huge amount of car parking in the Karori Mall car park and out the back of the community centre, but on Karori Road itself, I think there are 4 car parks being removed, all up of the parks in the shopping zone.
So with that in mind, there was a comment this morning from a business owner around there that they felt they would have to shut up their business if this project proceeded due to the parks being removed. Do you think that's a proportionate response to the changes being made?
No, I don't think that shop will find that at all. In fact, the particular shop you're referring to did ask for an amendment to encourage higher turnover over the 5 car parks outside that person's shop, and we've taken on board that suggestion. So there are no car parks being removed at all in the block where those shops are.
Fantastic. One more, but I can come around.
Yeah. No, have it now. And
does this project in any way impact the ability of Wellington City Council to deliver on what it needs to do for Three Waters infrastructure? Maybe that's for Siobhan.
Going to be really predictable. What was the question?
Sorry. Does doing this project in any way take away the ability for Wellington City Council to, let's say, quote, fix the pipes?
No, I don't think so, because you made those decisions as part of the annual plan last year.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Calvert, because I promised it to her, and then Councillor Matthews. Councillor Calvert, yes.
Thank you. I know in the last few years, Let's Get Wellington Moving have said about putting bus priority lanes in, but they said they couldn't do those to 2030. But now, is that now not going ahead because of the bike lanes 24/7? Does that mean that there can be no peak priority bus lanes?
We can actually invite Alex from Metlink back to the table.
Yes. Let's have Alex.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alex. Do you need the question again, or are you okay with it?
Sorry, if you just repeat that again. I think it's more of a Let's Get Welling Moving question, isn't it?
Well, it's just about there's been raised that there would be priority bus lanes by 2030 down Karori Road. But now with this, does this prevent those bus priority lanes, albeit peak times, happening?
Actually, it's not a question I'm in a position to answer.
But then, so surely our officers could, because what's the plan? Don't we have plans for this road?
Yeah, sure. So, in the project, there's a few different bits of bus lanes changes happening. Well, the main one is around Chater Street. The future of the bus lanes, that was always a future thing in the bus priority action plan, whereas the most immediate things are the things that we're picking up. So that was not something that there was ever, as far as I understand, plans to do in the short term. Do you want to talk to things around the width of the road?
Yep, sure. So we did take a look at the potential to install bus lanes along the route, and without significant investment, there isn't enough road width in anywhere to make a really good section of bus lane. There is potential in future to do that, though, with the investment that's required to build retaining walls and widen the road. The top of the list, for example, would be to install a bus lane from Garden Road on Glenmore Street, from Garden Road down Glenmore Street to connect up with the bus lane to down Bowen Street. That would be really ideal. We'd love to do that, but it will cost a few $1 million, and we don't have the budget for it at this stage. And we've always expected that would be part of a more transformative project that would happen in 5 or 10 years' time.
But what about Karori Road? That's more because that's more Karori than Northland or Kelvin.
Yes. On Karori Road, parts of Karori Road, such as between Marsden Village and the Karori shops, parts of that road are just too narrow as they currently are to install a bus lane. Other parts you could if you removed all of the car parking, which I don't think Karori is ready for yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think that's an answer. Councillor Matthews.
I had one more question. If I can, or I can go back on. I can go back on the list if you like.
Okay.
That's fine.
Councillor Matthews.
My question is there's nothing stopping people filling out one of our forms and a form from another group, such as Shared Spaces Karori?
No. So that was another one of the kind of statistical issues, is that it was really hard to tell duplicates because there were quite a large number of the forms that didn't have email addresses on them, which is our usual way that we do that cross-checking of if we've got duplicates. But no, there was nothing stopping.
So that would be another reason we couldn't add them together to make a total, because we would be potentially double counting.
Correct.
Thank you.
I have a question, and it's to do with the gardens. We had plenty of suggestions that we should allow the bikes to bike up a piece of the garden pathway that's quite close to the footpath. Can you make any comment on why that was discarded as an option at this point?
Yes, we did consider that, and there are a few reasons why that's not possible. So one of the reasons is that the Reserves Management Plan, which was approved by Wellington City Council and the Minister of Conservation, doesn't allow cycling through that part of the gardens. The other is, of course, that the gardens are used by hundreds of thousands of pedestrians a year, many of whom are going there just to have a quiet time, appreciate the gardens and the trees, and they're not in commute mode, so they're not in a mode where they're aware of everything that's going on around them. So there would be quite a lot of, safety concerns having a shared path in that particular environment with such a high number of users. Also, the potential path that you would use has a gradient issue. It runs along virtually flat after entering the gardens, while Glenmore Street is climbing at 4 or 5 degrees, and then all of a sudden it has to kick up to regain the elevation and get back to Glenmore Street, and that's too steep for a lot of people to cycle up. And also there's no lighting on that section, and that's because the council has a policy of technically closing the gardens between dusk and dawn, and so there's no lighting there, and there's no desire by management to have lighting along that section of the gardens.
Okay. Right, well, I'm just trying to mop up the last questions, so I think we have one from Councillor Calvert still.
No, I'm sorry.
You're all right. One from Councillor Chung. Who else, just so I can scope this out? Okay, it looks like it's just one from Councillor Chung. I think you had your last one, didn't you? Oh, and Councillor Abdurrahman. Okay, Councillor Chung and then Councillor Abdurrahman.
Right. Nice easy question. About money. You were talking about the government will actually subsidise 90% up to the end of June. So is that for completed cycleways? And so when we look at this Karori one, for example, if that's completed by June, does that mean we get the subsidy? But is this pre-approved? Because I'd hate to do something and not get our 90% for it.
Yeah, sorry, I have my two central government pots mixed up. This one we've actually got an extension until June 2025 on, but the money has been confirmed. Yeah.
Okay, great, thanks.
That's good news. Councillor Abdurrahman.
My last question would be regards to during engagement, when people come to you and talk to you and what they want, how do you capture that? Do you take notes, and then if we request for notes, is that available? Not that I'm interested, but I want to know, how do you capture that?
We actually always encourage people to fill out a submission whenever we're meeting them for engagement, but we also do take notes, and that helps us to start to consider any potential design changes before the submission period closes.
And is that it for questions? Thank you very much. Oh, Diane, I think Diane, she's...
I said I didn't read it.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate your answers on the spot. Okay, so I shall move this paper. We're still looking for a seconder, so, but I'll move this paper. Brilliant. With great pleasure, actually. Now, it's been a huge amount of work, as they all are, but I think this has been a good process, and actually a process where we've managed to pack an awful lot into a short space of time. So we've had 2.5 days of hearing from oral submitters, as you probably, the committee members will remember. I'm very confident that we got a very good selection of feedback through that process. And that in itself gives me a lot of confidence, even without the excellent work the staff have done analysing the themes that have come out of the written submissions. And from that, we have 50 amendments, and I think that again that shows the dedication the staff have shown to actually go through all of what was said with a fine-tooth comb. A lot of the people that would have opposed this proposal have concerns which have actually been addressed. I really do thank the staff. Some of the things that I was hearing from submitters, I'm quite confident we've addressed through some of these amendments. And I know that the work that they've done going back and explaining the changes to certain groups of people where there's been a movement, that has been very well appreciated. And so, the claim that's sometimes made that we make these changes and then don't go back and actually check with communities about them, I think you can at least refute that on quite a few of these amendments. And I know, in particular, Jonathan, you do get very good feedback from people as to how well you listen and the work that you put into accommodating what we're hearing. I'm really pleased that we've actually decided, I know that cycleway doesn't agree with this, but I think that there were a lot of reasons given as to why we could move the parking mainly to the other side, and they were quite good reasons. People that come to the gardens often do have a lot of equipment, and they don't have to then unload that onto those concrete buffers in the middle of a cycleway. They're now offloading onto a footpath, and older people are offloading onto a footpath, and whereas they might have to walk to the pedestrian crossing, in essence they would have to make that trip anyway to the pedestrian crossing or to the gate. So I think that there's a big gain in convenience for those people in our community. And also residents that live there have that similar gain from having that change made. And in terms of cyclists, it's possibly not their desired outcome, but on the other hand, it is consistent with a lot of what we are doing, and we do have to make compromises. Everybody is giving away a little bit here so that we can get the optimum solution. I really thank the staff for working on a solution to find some car parking for some residents that otherwise wouldn't have had any car parking close. That's a portion of an enclave in Glenmore Street. I think that we've come up with a very creative solution there. In Karori, I know we're staging this. I know a lot of work's been done with businesses. We've heard some of that through the staff's presentation to us. I'm very pleased that we found some solutions for the dentist. They're in the middle of all of these 50 amendments. There's even mention there of some of the feedback we had from Marsden College with drop-off zones. And overriding all of this, when we put this in, it's still a transitional cycleway, so there's still that attention to actually monitoring how it's received and whether further changes need to be made. I am bringing an amendment that does ask for some monitoring around the car parking availability for visitors to the gardens. It has got officer approval in the form I've crafted it, which is really that we're just asking for a report to make sure that what we're doing isn't unduly impacting our visitors and the ability of people to access events or just enjoy the gardens. And there's probably a few little things up our sleeves that we could possibly do to address that, but the preference from the officers is to just keep some of that stuff in our back pocket just to see how things go. It may be that, as in many of these cases, people will just adjust. And it's surprising how people actually do. It's painful at the start when people have to change ingrained patterns of how they park and use vehicles, but eventually we do see behaviour change and things do seem to settle down. If they don't, we will find out through this report and can then decide whether something needs to be done. Right, so that's me. Probably missed out on saying a few things, but the seconder, Holden, would you like to speak now or reserve your... Reserve? Okay, so speaking list. Councillor Matthews. Okay, are there likely to be any other amendments? Oh, did she? Okay. Councillor Calvert? Okay. Well, she's not speaking up at the minute.
I'm happy to
Matthew,
speak, and then you might go to the amendments after that. Thank you to the chair. I want to acknowledge the chair and the deputy chair in this committee for all the work that they have done to support this project. I'm here, obviously, as not a member of this committee, so thank you for letting me speak. I guess I'm here to speak as a councillor who is a strong supporter of this work, and also, I guess, to recognise that my place here at this table, I strongly supported this work in the last term, and so acknowledge the people who voted for me, knowing that I was continued to support that. So I'm also here, I guess, to speak in part for the people in this community who work and travel through this community who want and need these changes. And I wanted to start with a social media post that I was tagged in today, which I shared with the team earlier, but I just want to acknowledge their work, and this is from Eddie and Karori. Worth having a read of the officer's report on the Karori bus and bike changes here. Sterling work from staff to respond to many submissions, accommodate some, and explain their reasons for not accepting others. In my opinion, an excellent example of local public engagement. Changes made to accommodate parking, regular traffic, tweak bus stop placement, school pick-up and drop-off zones. My compliments to staff. So I just wanted to share that. I also just wanted to reflect on my experience with the engagement, because I attended a session that was held early and was very, very well attended. Unfortunately, there was a venue change, so it was packed. But it was just very interesting to be in the room with, I guess we were, often we're missing that missing middle that the team tells us about. So we hear from the people that strongly support, and we hear from the people who strongly oppose. And there was a room basically quite evenly matched of those two groups of the community. But I was interested, and they were really up close with each other. They were doing small group work, they were doing post-its on maps about what they wanted from the changes. And it was very, very evenly matched in terms of the community view on the transport project, and also the group that was opposed to largely what they saw as a cycle lane. But later I was very interested to read on social media that the people who were there against thought they were in a room filled with people against. And it was just a very, very interesting experience to me, because they were right next to each other but didn't see each other. And it is my concern that sometimes through these processes we become so polarised we can't see the people who might live right next door to us and want and need these changes and want the transport choices. And that was, to me, a very sort of stunning and stark example of how people couldn't see someone or hear them, even though they were sitting right next to them. So our team has done a very good job of listening to all of those people. And I guess I just, want to reflect there, I think the sharing spaces, shared spaces group from Karori, that name I'm sure is very well intentioned. And that there is a genuine commitment to share space. However, we've also largely seen a campaign against this, what they saw as a cycle lane project, even though this is about pedestrians and bus users as much as it is about bike lanes. And that is legitimate. However, that is what it is. And we should recognise that for what it is, and that's fine. And it's part of our process, and it's part of the things we should listen to. However, our role here is to listen to all of that feedback and, well, your role, because I won't be voting, and to make decisions kind of based on all of the evidence. I think the changes are excellent. I want to thank the team, and again, thank in particular the Chair and the Deputy Chair for their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. That's Councillor Matthews. That's very appreciated. The Mayor.
Kia ora koutou. Just wanted to make a few points. I obviously support this project. And, you know, when it comes to these decisions, this isn't just about cycleways. This is about providing climate-friendly, safe options for our community, for our people, for our tamariki. And we are, as a council, responsible for that across the city. And this is just a piece of the puzzle for that. So, you know, our community has spoken overall across the city, and they do want more options for walkers, cyclists, bus users, and drivers. Everyone gets an option. It's fabulous. But essentially what this does is make it safer for people to get around, especially our tamariki, and most of all reduces congestion for our car drivers, and that's all good. And having this across the city is consistent. So I really want to thank, this is no easy feat. So I want to thank everyone involved in this project, especially our officers. Over the last year, I've really marvelled at how you've dealt with planning, really tough consultation, and actually how you respond to our questions is quite phenomenal. So I fully back our team. They've made 50 changes as a result of consultation, which is fantastic. And I fully support this. So thank you for your mahi.
Kia ora, thank you. Now, do we have any other speakers? Councillor Randall.
You going to do my amendments? Sorry?
Oh, that's a good idea. Do you mind, Councillor Randall, if we let Councillor Calvert go first? Okay.
I need a seconder.
Let's have a look at them. It can't be me. So, somebody else, not me, because I've spoken. All right, so we're looking at, what are we looking at, Councillor Calvert? Are we looking at, yeah, you speak to them and tell us what you're doing.
I'd like to know, I mean, let's face it, I was put speaking, I haven't got a seconder. And look, I have...
Someone will second it, I think,
I'm
Councillor.
seconding it. I'm not sure what amendment it is, but I'm happy for you to have a...
So I emailed this through this morning. So perhaps could you, look, I know that it's a bit difficult reading them on here. I wonder whether people could take 5 minutes, because I appreciate that you went out for lunch today. So I wonder whether you just take 5 minutes.
I think what I'm seeing is that you want to strike out most of what we've got here, and instead of which you want to publicly engage on something. Okay, well, we'll take a very short brief break, 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's...
I don't think you do have a seconder for this. because it's not going to get through, and it's just, yeah, I don't think there's anyone who's actually willing to second it. We understand your concerns and your intention, but I don't think the mood of this committee is to agree with you. So Councillor Abdurrahman has actually said he's not going to second it now. He understands a bit more about what's
So my
on the
understanding
table.
is you want to withdraw the whole paper, and I'm not willing that to be discussed, and you can vote it against. I don't see any.
You can vote against the paper. That's
I am
probably a
not
much
asking.
simpler thing for you to do.
Can I just clarify? I am not asking to withdraw the paper. I'm asking for various more public engagement to happen on certain stretches, except the Chater Street one. But essentially, that's what that's about, and also including a change that was very similar to what this committee approved for Berrimpore for Wakefield Park. So I don't see how this is not withdrawing the paper by any means.
Anyway, I don't believe you do have a seconder, but feel free to speak. Do you wish to speak to the original, to what was on the table?
Yeah, I will speak to this because we've talked about this and we've talked about the makeup of this committee and how, unfortunately, what happens is we do not have a balanced committee that would enable somebody to second this and actually have it on the table for formal debate. And this is what's happening. And I think this is, it's an assault on democracy. And really, honestly, what's the point of being on this committee? You're not listening.
Okay.
We've heard the information, and I just want to clarify a few points in terms of this. In terms of shared spaces, they wanted to work with the officers about agreeing on a shortened form for submission form. Officers did not allow that. They would not show their draft form to the group, and the group were unable to provide feedback. I did get advice from a senior officer afterwards saying, please elevate the situation to us if it happens again.
Okay.
And so, look, we're not listening to the people. This is what we need to do, but we're not doing it. And there are changes that can be made. And that's why I think you'll hear from the Shared Spaces group is they were about shared spaces. And I actually, and I was at I think it was July, August, where they had that meeting with the public, and as somebody said, both sides. But I think what people came away from it is we need more engagement. We need to talk. We need to find a solution that enables everyone to have space. And this is not happening. And I don't believe that we're really in touch with what the people of Wellington want. And I've heard the comments before that were made in terms of the previous paper in terms of Berrimpore. I just feel some of us are we're in alternate universes. So I'll leave it at that. But yeah, just really disappointed to see that this is not even on the table for debate.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert. Right, we're moving to, are there any other speakers? Yes, Councillor McNulty.
Cool. An observation I had when I went to some of the election debates for Wellington Central was that I felt like I'd walked into the wrong room. Tam and Scott were talking about city council issues continuously, and I thought we were having a nationwide election, and there was no shortage of discussion about cycle lanes. So I thought it would be interesting to have a look at what the election results were from Karori, because there's an argument that the council results don't reflect Wellington, because it was only about 45% of people in the Whārangi ward that put forward their ballot. And it's very interesting, and I'm cutting out overseas voters here, so I'm trying to make it really just people that are living in Wellington City. But Ibrahim had 27.7% of the candidate vote, Scott Sheeran 28.6%, and Tamafa Paul 36.3%. And that just stands out that what do the people want? Well, that's about the best poll or sample I think you're going to get in terms of establishment.
Point of order, this is not relevant to the paper.
Okay.
I believe it's relevant.
I'm sure it's coming to a point very soon.
So we've heard there's massive overwhelming community opposition. I don't fundamentally agree, because that to me says a different message, and that's where my point is in here. And I've been lurking in the Facebook group of Karori for the last 3 or 4 months while this debate has been going on. And by no doubt there has been hot debate, and the moderators have sort of been debated out and said we don't want to talk about this anymore. But by no means is it overwhelming one way or another. It is heated debate, but for everyone opposed there is people coming forward in support as well. So I just don't see from data, from my observations, that this is an overwhelming opposition to this. I'll talk a bit about the form. To me, Wellington City Council did a survey on fruits and vegetables and shared spaces focused entirely on apples. Just from a basic data research paper at university, you'll realise how hard it is to combine those types of insights in a meaningful and statistically rigorous way that you could then actually take and make commercial decisions on. So that's the fundamental issue here. And again, I just think if you're that opposed for not being able to engage with a council's form. But I'll just finally think about my own experiences. I walked down Karori Road from the top with my son a few weeks ago on a Saturday, and it was one of the crappiest roads to walk down in Wellington. And I mean that in that it was busy, it was congested, there were massive vehicles hurtling back and forth. And as a pedestrian on the side of the footpath with a 3-year-old, I felt on a heightened sense of alertness the entire time. And I thought, this road, calm down, would be fundamentally enhancing the experience of Karori and Karori residents from a pedestrian perspective, from a cyclist perspective, from a motorist. So I'm happy to support this paper. I just haven't seen the evidence that this is overwhelmingly opposed. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor McNulty. Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I want to start off by commenting on the summary report that has been provided by officers and the agenda that the councillors and the public rely on. I'm very disappointed in this report because it seems to treat people who submitted in good faith using the Karori Shared Spaces form as second-class citizens.
I'm sorry, but I am actually going to rule that out of order. I think you did ask quite a lot of questions of the staff, and they gave you some pretty reasonable advice as to how they treated the forms, and why they'd made the decisions on the data that they made. So I think we'll stay off that, if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you. Right, okay. My daughter just came back from Greece, and she brought this back. This is a piece of marble from the quarry that helped build the Acropolis and the Agora. This is where democracy started. And for me, this whole decision is about democracy and about engagement. There were 2,737 submissions by my count, 800 supported cycleways, over 1,800 opposed. They said no. So we already know from previous consultations that a no submission doesn't count the same as a yes submission. We know from Thorndon Connections and the new town parking plan, a majority of submitters said no, but the council proceeded. We also know from Johnsonville that when this no is 20-1 against, the council and Let's Get Wellington Moving listened and stopped. Now we have a situation where it's over 2-1 against, and for locals it's 3-1 against to say no, and yet we still seem to be proceeding. The council claims, officers claim that 54% strongly supported or supported the proposed street. That is simply not true. The Karori Shared Services form...
That's the issue I was talking about. I actually think that's out of line.
Okay, I wish to table this chart that I have distributed to you all. This is the chart that says that 70% of people say no to cycleways in their submissions. Can I have a leave of the meeting to table that?
I don't actually agree with that.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so just to conclude, It's impossible to say no to cycleways.
I'll table it if need be.
Sorry?
I said I'll table it if need be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Calvert. It's impossible to say no to cycleways. Is this a democracy? Is this council listening? For me, it's about democracy, because for me, voting for this cycleway is simply a vote against the Karori community. It's a vote against even submitting to this council, and it's certainly a vote against democracy, because quite frankly, what's the point if we're not able to convince the community of what's good for itself? Thank
Okay, we're just going to get some advice about the tabling. Could we have some advice from Democracy Services, what's involved in asking for something to get tabled? Okay, we're just looking it up. Oh, we can come back to that. Do you want to share with us? Yeah, we can move on with the debate, but I think we've got it.
So anyone can table anything, so it's Standing Order 16.7, so that's, yeah.
Okay, so in that case, we will table it.
Can you, even if it's misleading, can you table something?
I think.
I don't.
We'll table it, but
it doesn't say.
We'll table it. You know that a lot of people around the table don't agree with you, but we will table that document that you've prepared. All righty, we're going to move on. Who is next on my list? Councillor Abdurrahman.
This is interesting. I think we need to acknowledge that cycle lane is not about politics we want to play in this table. Cycle lane is about climate action. It's about safety of our children. It's also something the community already decided on. We're deciding on the traffic resolution, the how today. We are not making a decision of whether to put the cycle or not. That decision has been already made. We all know that. But we're trying to make a political point scoring which gonna divide the community. I think that is, I personally believe that that is not genuine from both sides in this case. And what we need to be focusing is not politicizing. We got the biggest number, or no, we didn't go to the smallest number. Even if it's a smaller number, this is what people voted for it, what we have already discussed previously, and today is the traffic resolution. The discussion should be, was the consultation, is there a space for improvement in the consultation? I would say yes. Officers agree they've been doing hard in this area, they're getting experience in so many ways. Always there is a space for improvement. We will work on that. That's why we need to bring an amendment. For example, instead of saying the whole paper I don't want to support it, why don't you bring an amendment just similar to the one I did? For the Karori area, no, that it was wrapped in the whole thing. So we can be constructive and robust without attacking the officers, without attacking part of the community.
Okay. Moving on.
Okay, what is that, Councillor?
Yeah, what is the point of order, Councillor Calvert?
You don't know like last time, or? Okay.
You just agreed to, Chair, didn't you? The point of order, bringing me into disrepute, referencing me.
I didn't mention names, but if
you
there
didn't mention names, but I don't believe there was anybody else who moved an amendment on the Karori paper.
No, I didn't say you. I said you could have bring. I'm just saying to
Yeah,
everybody.
I think we all know what you're saying.
I think we're just getting a little bit distracted, and we do need to be respectful and carry on making genuine points about the substance of the paper.
Let me be genuine, to be honest. I think what I would like to see in the future is we need to listen to the community, even if we disagree. We need to make the consultation process more robust. The reason I'm saying is if the group can bring about 1,200 plus submissions, and we did about 1,400, they are doing almost as equal as the institution, small groups. So what it means is we might need to improve a little bit. That's where we need to acknowledge. Secondly, there are a lot of people who are not in support of this project for different reasons. We need to acknowledge that as well. But what we can't make it a political gain is by just making it. People didn't support it. We didn't have to act on climate action. People didn't support it. We can't make it safe for our children. I think that is not the safest way. That is not a responsible way of doing the job. So all I want to say is just let's be a little bit more constructive. When it comes to the central government voting, I would still think we're going to come back, Ben, so you need to be careful there.
All right, is that... All right, good. Right, Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, once again, I would like to thank our officers for the mahi that they have done. All of yous. I just think you're an awesome team. I think you have a lot of patience, a virtue that I can hold my hand up to that I do not possess. I am really impressed with the mahi that you guys have done, and particularly in this instance as well, that you have come back with 50 amendments. 50 amendments to what the original recommendation is. And what that tells me is that our consultation process was thorough and it was robust, and it included people, and it included our community, and it included other people's responses and what their views were. And I want to thank you for doing that. I really do. I want to thank you for doing that. And what has been we've heard in a couple of the councillors' debate to suggest that it's not a democratic process and it's not democracy in action is rubbish. It is absolutely rubbish. And to be honest with you, I'm really hoha with hearing this. I had to listen to a radio. Well, I didn't have to. I just didn't want to turn it off because even though it was making me angry yesterday, where Wellington City Council were being accused of not being democratic or democracy. And the fact is that being democratic is that you have a right to speak. You have a right to have a view, and you have a right to express that. And that is what happens in this council. Because your view doesn't agree with somebody else does not mean that it's not democratic. It means that you have lost the vote. That's it. It means that you haven't been able to get the support that you wanted, but it does not mean that it is not democratic. And I really am really hoha about hearing that, because I think that this is a democratic council, and our officers bend over backwards to hear what the community have to say. And if individuals don't agree with what's on the table, well, that's life. That's life, but they participated in the process, and 50 amendments tells me that they were heard. And if they weren't heard, we have heard explanations of why their concern wasn't heard. So I want to commend our officers. I really do want to commend you for the mahi that you have done, for the patience, and not just with Karori, with Newtown, with Thorndon, with Burhamore, with all of them. And it just amazes me that you are across everything and that you can, just like this, answer the questions that are fired at you. Not bluffing, not waffling. You answer the questions and you answer them succinctly. And I would challenge anybody, I will stand up and defend you. If there's anybody in this community that would say that you don't listen to others, because I'm really starting to get a bit emotional about this, but that's because after yesterday and what we're hearing, I'm just really over it. You guys work really hard, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I am going to support this in its entirety. And I mean that. If there's anybody listening out there, come to me, I back our officers.
Oh, goodness me. Don't mess with that, Grandma. All righty. Are there any further speakers? I feel as if we have thrashed it out a bit. Do you want to have your seconder's speech?
Yeah, kia ora for that. I've listened really carefully to the arguments from both sides, and as you know, Councillor Randall, I took the opportunity to try and understand where you were coming from with the data during the break. And, you know, I get it. I get that there is strength of feeling both ways, but I can see and I understand, and I can understand that there are good reasons why there is a discrepancy between what the council has said is the level of support and what this thing that you've tabled says is the level of support. I can understand there are good reasons why you couldn't incorporate those two figures into one because, you know, first of all, the risk of double counting. I mean, that sends real warning bells to me in terms of the validity of the data. So I just can't accept that the level of opposition is anywhere close to what's been suggested. In fact, I fully accept and understand and trust the advice that officers have provided me, particularly on page 732 of the report, in terms of the overall level of support. I won't go into the numbers because it might spark a point of order. But yeah, I accept those numbers and I believe they're accurate and reliable and valid. And that's all I've got to say. I'll be voting for this. Kia ora tātou.
Right. I did see your hand up, Councillor Chung, but I feel as if we have had quite a bit of robust debate. How quickly could you make it? Because some people do need to leave at 3 as well. 1 minute, you have 1 minute.
I think that there's been a lot of grandstanding around here and charges of emotions. I look at the numbers, I look at the statistics. I've talked to people who have completed the shared spaces forms, and I think they have valid concerns about the plans there. So I think that when you come out and say that the numbers aren't right or they don't balance or we're being outnumbered, I think that those numbers need to be considered. So when we talk about majorities and minorities and who's actually doing what, I think that is just grandstanding. We need to go back to the numbers. And I think that the numbers from the shared spaces submissions are valid. People filled them in because they weren't happy with the city council forms, and so that's why they filled them in. So I think that those numbers, if they're going to be considered seriously, then we should be looking at, you know, how many people actually do oppose or are for this program in Karori. Thank you.
All right. I shall just have a brief right of reply, very, very brief. And I will just address the most major issue that's we've been, you know, in disagreement about, which is the issue of democracy and numbers. For me, it's not always about the numbers. If it were, we would have a referendum. That's what a referendum does. A referendum, you have a yes or a no, and you actually count the percentages, but you also do have a very strict process around a referendum. You can't have a referendum with different questions. You've obviously got to have the same thing you're talking about. The biggest issue for me, two things. One, people are naturally afraid of change. We see that all the time. So there's always going to be people who will say, no, don't do it, because the safe option is not to change anything. A lot of those people will actually find whatever is done is never as frightening or as drastic or as impactful as they had feared. Two, a lot of the people who said no were that no was for very specific concerns. And it might have been that they actually quite liked it, and those buts have been picked up. And really, it's the content, it's the qualitative data we get out of this that's more important than the quantitative data. Because we haven't been able to ask everybody. There's a whole lot of people that probably don't care, and they haven't bothered to be part of this process, and we will hear disproportionately from the people who are afraid of change. But what we really need to understand is why they're saying that.
Point of order. I don't see where anyone said they were afraid of change.
I'm saying that people are afraid of change, and that is actually from my deep experience in this area after a decade of doing this stuff.
In Karori?
And I'm actually speaking, thank you, Councillor Calvert, and I don't agree it's a point of order. What I was about to say is the important thing is that we have 50 amendments, which was a point that Puiwi Kelly made. these 50 amendments are addressing a huge number of concerns that people generally had. It won't address every single concern, but they will address a huge number. So I don't think it's all just about numbers. I think it is about the data and the facts and that the staff have been able to glean about what they could change. It's been a compromise, and the overriding consideration too is this isn't the end of this process. So this is a constant process of constant improvement, and we can take it from where it is and make sure it does work for everybody, and I'm really confident it will. I feel personally very excited about this project. I'm really looking forward to seeing people able to cycle up into the western suburbs. We haven't invested much in that part of the city, and it's great to be doing a really substantial project there. And I do agree completely with Pauiwi Kelly's points about the staff. I've seen how much they put emotional energy and just thought and care and time that they put into trying to get this the best it can be. So that's it from me. I will now suggest we vote. Does anyone want to take anything separately? No? Right. Great.
And I'll call for a division, please.
Of course. And that has been carried with one person voting against. It was Councillor Calvert. Thank you very much for your attention and all your contributions. We just have one last matter to deal with, and that's our forward program and action tracking.
One PX item.
And a PX item. Okay. So we'll do the actions tracking. I'm moving it. We seconding from Pauiwi Kelly. Is there any debate? Not this time. Excellent. We'll move to vote.
To vote to extend as well, potentially.
Do you think so? Let's just put that on abeyance until we actually need to. All right, so now we're moving into PX, so we need to do that process. Diane, are you going to vote on the action tracking and forward program?
I'm just trying to get the papers up.
Righty.
I do have a question.
We're voted.
Okay, right.
Sorry, you might have to take that out offline.
Okay. Can you just note, when people are online, it's very difficult. We're trying to juggle between different screens.
I do appreciate that.
Yeah. And thank you.
You can abstain if you really feel you didn't have
I didn't have
information.
time to be part of the meeting.
Okay. Well, move away or whatever you need to do.
I'll move away.
All right, let's close that vote. Okay, that's passed, carried. All right, moving into public excluded. I'm going to, officers recommend that public is excluded from the next part of our proceedings. And I think we can read the reason there. It is withholding of information to protect the privacy of private individuals or natural persons. I'll move the motion. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Ben. Councillor McNulty. Is there any debate? No, we will put that motion, which has been moved and seconded. Diane, are you wanting to vote on this one? No, okay, we'll close that vote, I think. Oh, she has, good. Oh, did you mean, okay. Okay. It's getting very late in the day after an incredibly long agenda. Okay, so are we in public excluded now?